Planning and Sustainability Commission, March 14th meeting. This on the agenda today is items of interest from the commissioners. That'll be followed by a director's report. The consent agenda, which has consideration of the minutes from February 28th. That'll be followed by, we have lots of briefings. That's great. We haven't had briefings in a while. Transit project list for regional transit. Does that mean we're moving on to do some new things? Yeah. So then the first briefing will be the transit project list for regional transportation plan. That will be followed by the Better Housing by Design briefing. That will be followed by the Community Involvement Committee recruitment process briefing. It's a mouthful. And then at 2:30, we hope to start our Central City 2035 work session and vote today, right?
Vote on something.
Next time.
Right.
Finish. I'm so excited. I just wanted to vote. Okay, so items of interest. Go ahead, Mike.
I sent everybody, I don't know if you got it or not, the program for the April 26th thing that I've been referring to. An interesting little side note, one of my agendas was to have the 2018 International Symposium here or in Cascadia somewhere, Vancouver, Seattle, Portland. And as it turns out, we already had at least one person, I think two now, who can't come because of the Donald's policies. And the entire international community is just saying, we're not going to come to the U.S. We're not going to come to Portland, forget it. So hopefully we can talk them into Vancouver at least. But just a slight, pardon, well, yeah, that too.
They have to land in Seattle to get here, though.
Ripple effects from the federal level that is having a huge impact. This obviously our meeting isn't huge, but from my perspective it would have been, and I just wanted to point that out, that we have real issues out there. And in fact, there's one Australian who's having a hell of a time just getting an interview at the embassy. So,
any other items of interest? Yes, Katie.
Yeah, I just want to let you all know that I'm on the Better Housing by Design focus group. So I guess we're getting a briefing on it today, and I am on that group.
Thank you for taking the extra time to do that for us. We appreciate it. Anything else? Okay. Joe, director's report?
Just two items. First of all, we've prepared a status report for the Portland plan that we're bringing to you all for a briefing in April, I believe. But today, as part of the introduction to this budget cycle at City Council, Susan did a presentation, had a discussion with City Council at their work session. So on the progress in the Portland plan indicators and sort of overall progress with the actions that were incorporated into the Portland plan. So it was well received. She did a great job. And of the indicators, of course, the ones that were most persistently lagging were related to equity, related to income disparity. But much of the actions that were listed in the Portland plan are complete or in progress or just getting started. So by far, most of those action items are in process of some sort. So we'll bring a briefing on the whole package back to the commission in April.
Great.
And then secondly, today is the last scheduled work session on the Central City 2035 plan, as Chair Schultz mentioned. And this is not at all an incentive, but if we're able to get through the work session today and stay on schedule, we won't need the March 28th meeting and be able to cancel that meeting, unless you all really want to have a meeting. But letting you know that that's, as of now, we are not scheduling an agenda for that meeting.
We get spring break. I haven't had spring break in a long time. Maybe. Keep that in mind, guys. Well, we have to get through stuff today. Okay, next is the consent agenda, consideration of the minutes from February 28th. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passed. Okay, so first briefing is the transit project list for the regional transportation plan. So exciting.
Yes, it is. A briefing. Yeah. So good afternoon. I'm Art Pierce. I manage policy planning and projects for the Portland Bureau of Transportation. And I'm here to give sort of an overall intro, and then we have staff from PBOT as well as other agencies that are here available to go into more depth depending on your interest in topic areas. I think we're here for an hour overall, so about 30 minutes of presenting, we hope, and then about 30 minutes for discussion. Does that track?
That's great. And I just want to say, with that in mind, since we have a pretty full agenda today, if we could just leave all questions till after the presentation, that would be helpful. Thank you.
You got it. So an overview of what we're doing today, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the importance of transit overall and in supporting our growth strategy and the process for informing the RTP update. And then April Bertelsen and Dan Bauer will be talking about some current initiatives that are happening to refine our strategy around growing transit communities, enhanced transit corridors, and Portland streetcar. So pulling us back, this should be the first slide for every slideshow, in my opinion, for transportation or land use planning. But so this is the 2040 growth strategy. Just reiterating that our growth strategy is centered around centers and corridors that are supported by transportation investment, of course, to be successful. And so in order to have the growth there, we need to have the right package of transportation investments to meet our mode share targets and meet our livability goals. So one of the things that's been coming increasingly apparent to us is how we are making great strides on reducing drive-alone trips, and are doing that in large part based on the growth of working from home and cycling. So those are the two largest growth areas in terms of mode share that we have. But you'll notice that transit is relatively consistent at 12% within the city's boundaries. And so that gives us, I think, a call to action to say we really need to focus in on how we can better support transit within Portland's boundaries and also regionally with our partners in other jurisdictions. A little bit of a digestion of this. This is from some analysis that we did a couple years ago. But looking at, there is a growth in rail transit in the key corridors that we've seen recent investments. But there is essentially not been a lot of growth in bus ridership in recent years. And this is in part based on some of the ridership cuts that TriMet had to bring to bear based on reduced funding. But also, I think, based on a myriad of challenges that we're hoping to help remedy. So this map here is the RTP map from 2009 that is going to be updated through the 2018 RTP update. And you'll see that it shows the major high-capacity lines that are either in process or predicted for the future. In particular for Portland's boundaries, Division, BRT, and Southwest Corridor are the two primary projects that are highlighted within our geography. What we are becoming increasingly aware of, though, is that the bus network, and in particular the frequent service bus network, is a major workhorse of our system, and that we really need to refocus our energies in on how we can make those lines be more effective and produce investment strategies that bring them to the next level of transit to make them carry the level of ridership that they need. Another piece of sort of emerging information is with the growing congestion that we're experiencing within the region and within Portland's boundaries, that buses are being delayed within that congestion. So there's directly a ramification of how we are managing our streets on how quickly and how effectively TriMet is able to provide service to us, as well as Portland Streetcar. Portland staff and partners are really coalescing around the need to really refocus in on a sort of refined understanding of how we can support transit. In particular, I think around bus service and around the need to do smaller, more targeted investments in that in order to support the growth areas where we're emphasizing growth to be occurring or is already occurring. Really want to applaud TriMet's recent work on the service enhancement plans, and I believe they've come and briefed you a couple times over the last couple of years of really looking at how to bring transit service to new areas within that plan and how to step that transit service back up what we're really doing is looking at how the city of Portland can double down on that strategy and really make that investment even more effective. So there's two key initiatives, and April is going to go into more details with this. One of them is growing transit communities, and so this is really looking at the transit ridership starts at home or at place of work, and that we need to be investing in the access to transit and the sort of transit amenities to make the transit an attractive option. And then we need to make the transit more effective and more reliable as a tool itself. So we see there's a virtuous cycle of investment where the city of Portland can make great investments in access to transit and bring along TriMet or partnered investments in additional service. We are seeing this, and it's being termed enhanced transit in other cities. So this is a map of Seattle's recent initiatives, where there is sort of a pipeline of smaller projects, things that are less extensive than Southwest Corridor or Division BRT, that you're able to roll out relatively more quickly through investment strategies of co-investment. So we're really excited about the prospect of seeing ways of turning some of these frequent service bus lines into that next level. And particularly, I think about the promise of bringing that to new geographies. So this is something that we particularly heard through the last TSP process, that there was a real interest in making sure that we were developing tools that were appropriate for all throughout the city. So not just within certain portions, but in East Portland and in Southwest, making sure that we have a product that's appropriate for that geography. And so I think we're making really good progress on that. The enhanced transit corridors sort of topic area and type of project investment is now making sort of its way through the process over at Metro and JPAC. I presented a similar slideshow to this to JPAC about 6 months ago, and got their support for developing some project development money to try to start moving these projects along. Particularly where the topic area where we are today, and why we wanted to check in with you, is having just finished the transportation system plan process. We're now moving into the next regional transportation plan update, and so it's time for us to update those projects that will end up on that regional project list. So we're about midway through that lower loop right now, and that, of course, will then come back around and inform future updates of our transportation system plan. And those three elements, and this is where we'll be hearing more from additional staff, are the Growing Transit Communities project, which is nearing its fruition, as well as some streetcar analysis that Portland Streetcar has helped initiate together with staff from various agencies, and then enhanced transit corridors being the third element of this. And these, in terms of timeline, we're working our way through aiming for a July response to a call for projects from Metro in the RTP process. And so this is an early conversation for you, and we expect that we can have another conversation with you in June prior to submitting that information to Metro, and particularly sort of what's the right array of project investments, both enhanced transit and bus investments, as well as streetcar investments. So, any questions on that first piece? That makes sense? Yeah? All right, great. I think I'll jump out of the way and let April come in, and she's going to go a layer deeper on some of these particular elements.
I will take a moment to perhaps embarrass, but acknowledge Art and say happy birthday to him. So, it's Art's birthday, and we get to discuss one of his, I think, favorite topics, transit. All right, again, my name's April Bertelsen, Senior Transportation Planner with the Portland Bureau of Transportation. I'm going to talk about the two efforts that Art mentioned, Growing Transit Communities Plan and Enhanced Transit Corridors Plan. And both of these plans are being developed in partnership with TriMet, and they're funded through Transportation and Growth Management grants through ODOT. So there's partnership baked right in. First, I'll cover the Growing Transit Communities Plan. The overall goal of the plan is to develop transportation investment plans for a few transit corridors to help support both future frequent transit service and multimodal transit-oriented development. All of these helping to grow transit communities. As mentioned, these are building off of TriMet service enhancement plans. We focus this planning effort on lines that have less than frequent service today, but identified in TriMet service enhancement plans for increased service or full frequent service in the future. And then what can we do to help remove barriers to support and bring people to the service? We identified 3 corridors. First one is along Line 87 on Airport Way, east of I-205, more of an access to jobs area, as well as along Halsey, Middle Halsey from 47th to 122nd along the Line 77, and then Outer Stark to Burnside at 82nd along the bus line 20. More detail there.
April,
Yes.
there's some machinery going on outside that's making it a little difficult to hear. If you could speak up, I'd appreciate it.
I will get closer to this thing.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the 3 corridor investment plans that we have developed, we identified and prioritized transit supportive investments, primarily focused on pedestrian and bicycle safety and access to transit, but also including some bus stop improvements or transit priority treatments. The emphasis is on that pedestrian bicycle access and safety. We use criteria developed with the community to help evaluate and prioritize the projects to identify the most beneficial improvements. And I'll highlight the 3 criteria at the top in bold, because those were identified as most important with the community input, and so we doubled the weight on those criteria. And that include transportation safety, access to transit, and equity. Based on our evaluation and input from the community all along the way, we now have draft investment plans for all 3 corridors, so I'll just give you a sneak peek of these, but know that we also have a draft plan that is out for public review as we are wrapping up this planning process, and I can talk more about it if you want to know in detail. So as of now, our draft plan is out for public review and comment through March 27th. We will then take the input and make revisions and come up with our recommended plan to present to City Council. We're hoping to be there in late April or early May. And we also anticipate that these investment plans could develop potential RTP projects that we may want to submit for the call for projects. Already, we have been starting to seek funding, and we were recently awarded a Regional Flexible Funds grant through Metro this winter for the Halsey Safety and Access Improvement Project, which is a subset of the investments from the Halsey Corridor Investment Plan. And that was ranked #1 project in the region, so we're quite happy about that. And we think that there's some other projects that are in these 3 investment plans that could qualify for regional funding, so there could be more of these to come. So beyond, we'll continue to seek funding both locally and regionally and beyond, and we'll also recommend that these projects be added to the TSP in the next update. The other item I'll cover is the Enhanced Transit Corridors Plan. But before talking about the plan itself, we want to talk a bit about the why and what is Enhanced Transit Corridors. As for the why, we're growing, both regionally and in the city. And transit plays an important part of our plan and strategy for accommodating future growth and meeting our local and regional policy goals. And so we know that we need to be doing more around transit. This indicates this is the top 10 transit lines by ridership in 2015, and it demonstrates that there are bus lines today carrying as much ridership as some of our MAX and streetcar lines. They are, thus we call them workhorses in the system. Number 10 is also a bus, sorry, it's missing a circle. But they carry a lot of ridership. Unfortunately, the buses are getting caught in congestion, as Art mentioned, and every year it is taking longer and longer for TriMet to complete the same trip due to increased congestion and perhaps other things. So this is something we can do something about. This map displays where some of that the worst delay is occurring for the bus lines. The red segments are where the delay is greatest, the difference between free-flowing conditions and when the bus is stuck in congestion. So what is enhanced transit corridors? We think of it as the missing middle of transit, sort of like missing middle of housing, that it's more than the frequent service buses that we know today, but not to the scale and intensity of high-capacity transit, such as light rail or full bus rapid transit. So it's more flexible, too. The enhanced transit corridors are corridors with increased capacity, reliability, and transit travel speeds, moderate capital and operational investments, and things like transit priority. It's context sensitive, and it can be deployed relatively quickly compared to larger capital transit projects. And some examples of some transit priority treatments we'll be looking at more. A little sneak preview. Here's some treatment examples. These are treatments that could potentially be used along enhanced transit corridor lines, though maybe not all of them in the same corridor, but it's in the toolbox. Things like transit signal priority, queue jumps, level boarding, longer buses, enhanced stops. So what is this enhanced transit corridors plan? The goals are to support planned growth in centers and along corridors consistent with our comprehensive plan, define and identify enhanced transit corridors, where are they? Establish operational and performance measures and thresholds. This will help us to further ongoing identify corridors and help us define success. And as well as to guide and prioritize capital and operational investments. We're early in the planning process, so we're here to give you a sneak preview and then return with more in June. As of now, we have identified 10 candidate corridors for further study, and this map displays the recommended corridors that we're studying highlighted in red. Some of them are whole lines, and then a couple of them are segments of lines, a piece of the 4 North Fessenden and a piece of the 15 in Northwest Portland. In addition, this map displays corridors that are being studied or considered for high-capacity transit through other efforts, such as Southwest Corridor and Powell Division and Broadway-Weiler. This is a list of the corridors and length. And another sneak preview of our draft criteria that we are considering to help us evaluate and prioritize enhanced transit corridors. Measures around transit reliability, looking at delay and speed and dwell time, as well as current transit ridership, equity, focusing in on people of color, limited English proficiency, and low-income households, as well as forecasted population and growth, job growth, based on comp plan and our growth scenarios. So with that, I want to let you know what we'll come back with when we return in June. We hope to have a prioritized list of enhanced transit corridor segments or hotspots that will be recommended at that phase, following some public involvement between now and June. We will have a proposed toolbox of potential treatments, more about that, more about existing conditions and how we got to priorities, as well as an RTP project submittal list that could include enhanced transit, streetcar, and access to transit. And that's all that I have for now. Happy to take questions later. Next, I'll introduce Dan Bauer with Streetcar Inc.
Sure.
hotspots. This is something, a term that we're using to describe where maybe there is just one spot on a line, a bus line, or it could be a spot that's serving multiple lines where there's particular delay and we think we could do something about. So maybe not the whole line needs something, but you fix that knot and it would, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Bauer. I'm the Executive Director of Portland Streetcar Inc. And I want to just spend some time with you today to give you an update on what we've been working on for about a year now. I think I was here some evening roughly a year ago just to talk about how streetcar is going and what we're thinking about in terms of the future. And what I want to share with you today is just some of our thinking about the future of streetcar and how we're trying to fit into the regional vision for transit and how it's fitting into the conversation around Portland in terms of growth. Real quick, just for an update, so everybody knows we've got 3 streetcar lines today. We've got the north-south line here in green, and the A and the B loops, which are the circular lines, A loop going clockwise, B loop going counterclockwise. All 3 lines run at 15-minute headways today, and what that means in the core is a streetcar every 7 minutes between the Tillicum and the Broadway bridges. We are averaging about 15,800 riders a day. In February, we had our highest ridership ever for streetcar at 16,300. We've been seeing fairly significant growth in terms of streetcar ridership, and I can get into a little bit of that in a second. But just a little bit more on context. Hang on a second, here we go. As we look around the country, we're seeing more and more growth in cities, particularly cities in the Midwest. We now have 11 streetcar systems in operation. 8 of those 11 systems are actively expanding. They have grants and are under construction today. So Portland is no longer unique in the streetcar market, and I look forward to going to Cincinnati in 2 weeks to check out their system. One of the things we've seen with these streetcar systems is that we have a maturing system. Ours is now 15 or 16 years old. If you've been on one of our streetcars recently, you can appreciate that they have been on the road for a very, very long time and driving 18 hours a day. So we have a responsibility to our riders, there are 16,000 riders a day, to continue to invest in our system. And we've done a lot with that in terms of speeding streetcar up, and we're talking about enhanced transit corridors. Over the last year, I think we've gotten down to maybe 1 or 2 signals in our system that are not optimized for streetcar. We've closed 5 stations. We've looked at scheduling and station priority. And just last week, we actually ran without a schedule on the B loop just to see how fast we could actually run that system without adhering to a schedule. So we're doing a lot to try and speed up the system. But as the city grows, so is streetcar ridership, and this is a particularly interesting chart, I think, for this group. The blue line here is talking about the number of housing units within 1/4 of a mile of the Portland streetcar system over the last 15 years, and the green line is our average weekday ridership. So very, very strong correlation. And what scares me is over here on the right is we're expecting, 6,000 to 8,000 more housing units over the next 2 to 3 to 4 years built on the streetcar line. And today we have a very, very crowded system. If we're going to continue to operate the streetcar and provide the service we have today, we need to be thinking about expanding the service we have already. So that's by far our board's #1 priority right now, is making sure that we have the tools we need to get the most out of our system. This chart doesn't surprise me that much. I think when I was here last time, we shared some of these stats, but interestingly, 66% of our trips are people coming and going from home. So these are people walking out their front door, and they're using the streetcar to get to work, to get to school. What we see in terms of demographics of ridership is that they match the census tracts exactly. So one I like to share is 38% of the households along the streetcar line are car-free households. 38% of our ridership is car-free, people without cars. 2 different stats that happen to be exactly the same. So a lot of benefits being accrued by the people who live along the streetcar line, and that's just kind of background for where we're going. In terms of thinking about the future, we have kind of 2 tiers here, and as I see them being prioritized by our board, we're trying to buy more streetcars immediately. We have some options on that. That is not an insignificant thing for us. Streetcars are expensive, they're hard to get, and slow to get. We only have capacity for 5 more streetcars at our current maintenance facility. We probably need in the neighborhood of 8 to 11 new streetcars. So there's some real conversations that need to be occurring around just investing in the system we have today. We also have things happening around our system. For example, down in Zidell, we're talking about building out Bond Avenue. Where the streetcar is located today at the base of the tram was always built as a temporary solution. We're having to think about what that means in terms of the future and how do we want streetcars serving South Waterfront. Certainly, we have conversations going on the I-5 Rose Corridor project. That we're talking about a project that's likely going to be having serious impacts on our A and B loops as we talk about Broadway and Wilder in the future. And one of the things we want to do is be in a position in the future to think about where we want the tracks to be when those projects are taking place, to make sure that when we emerge from those projects, we're in a position to grow or be in the right position in terms of lane assignment and everything else. So we're trying to tie in the things that are happening around our system with the future of streetcar and where we want to be. In terms of expansion, so we have been talking about expansion in the city for quite a while. This is the 2009 concept plan for streetcar. I like to kind of joke that I believe the way this was framed was the orange ones are comprehensive plan streetcar corridors, which means when the city evaluates the comp plan in 2016, which of the orange ones are we going to build, because the green ones are already done. That has not occurred. But it's a 50-year plan, right? Sure, we'll get moving. But we're not starting from nothing. This was a reasonable jumping-off point, and I'll just flag for people that this was a concept plan that was adopted by council, but not all of these projects were necessarily adopted into the TSP or RTP. There was always assumed to be another level of vetting. Just from a planning context, here on the left, you can see the projects that are currently in the RTP. So there are streetcar projects in there that haven't been built. There are some that are assuming the Burnside-Couch couplet is constructed. And then on the right, you see the projects that are in the comp plan today. And specifically what's in the comp plan and the TSP is this evaluation of what we're talking about to be the 4 kind of priority corridors. And this doesn't show up very well, but you can imagine the gold lines there have emerged as the 4 and 4.5 kind of priority streetcar lines. And we're talking about Killingsworth, MLK from Killingsworth in, Hollywood using Broadway and Wilder, Hollywood using Sandy, McAdam continues to be talked about, and then up here to Montgomery Park. And the reason that these have emerged is through a series of analysis, mostly economic-based analysis, trying to figure out which of these potential corridors has the most opportunity for streetcar to be transformative. And we've continued that investment. We've continued looking at the economic opportunity, but we've also been doing a lot of work in terms of thinking about, can streetcar actually work in these corridors? And I, again, half-jokingly have this drawing from the concept plan, which shows a streetcar in front of the Hollywood Theater, but this is physically impossible for that streetcar to be there. But that is the level of engineering and thought that kind of went into the conceptual plan about where wouldn't it be great to have streetcar in these places. And so we've been working a lot over the last year to try and put some more meat on the bone of, can we actually run streetcars in these corridors? What are the fatal flaws? Can we turn left? Are there grade issues? And then digging a little bit more into ridership, land use, equity impacts and displacement. And really importantly for us is consistency with the FTA. And I will just flag that for all these projects, it's really great to have a Portland priority project, but if it's not consistent with what the FTA wants to pay for, then we're fighting an uphill battle in terms of these projects that we're looking for federal funding, small starts and new starts. So over the last year, we've been working through these. I think there's maybe 16 criteria up there. There are 16 criteria because everybody I talk to has a different metric about how to evaluate what makes a good streetcar. In my opinion, these kind of 4 or 5 get down to it, which is the cost of the streetcar, the operating cost of the streetcar, is there ridership potential, what are the equity impacts, and I'll talk a little bit more about where these are all coming from. Can we pay for it, and will the FTA help pay for it? Those are roughly the big ones for us, and so we've spent a lot of time looking into those numbers, and we can talk more in detail about those. At a real high level from an engineering perspective, some of the things we've learned, I think one thing that's been frustrating for people to appreciate is that we can build Bond Avenue down here in South Waterfront to go this way on the Tillicum, but we're not able to go this way from the Tillicum back onto Moody. And that is just an engineering kind of fatal flaw that has emerged from this process that limits the number of projects we can do in terms of north-south connectivity. And that's just one example. The Sandy project continues to be a very, very unique project for us. I think this by far has the best economic development potential for us, but I would just flag for us there's a couple of issues. One, circulation up in the Hollywood area here. If we're south of Sandy, it becomes a real mess for us to get around in that area. And then as it ties into the corridor down here, we have some questions about where it should tie in and where it should go. And I would liken this to Seattle's South Lake Union streetcar, which is also a diagonal, which has great economic development opportunities around it happening, very, very strong economic development. But the streetcar, from a transportation perspective, is struggling because it doesn't necessarily have a logical endpoint and beginning point. And this one, as we look at where this could potentially go, our initial assumption was it could go over the Tillicum like that. That ends up being a very, very slow, circuitous route and doesn't have a lot of ridership other than getting to PSU. And we already have streetcar lines and MAX lines going to PSU. So one of my questions, probably for later, is maybe it does make more sense for the Sandy one to go over the Burnside Bridge into the heart of downtown if we're going to make that investment. We'll have higher ridership and better travel times, but we have to deal with another bridge, and the Burnside Bridge is in question right now in terms of where it's at in structural feasibility. So we can talk more about that if you want. I would also flag, just from the bureaucracy side, the city has requested that the Sandy project in particular include a protected bikeway on Sandy. I think for us that is really neither here nor there from an engineering perspective, but makes the project very, very challenging in terms of the economics of it for landowners and actually just getting the project delivered. That's a lot to ask of that street, and it's a conversation we're certainly happy to have, but that's a big part of the project right there. Let me just flag through these. So the Broadway, this particular alignment, we've actually combined to the Hollywood Transit Center down Broadway, Weiler, up over to Montgomery Park. I'll start on the west side here. We have this kind of human genome sequence that gets up to Montgomery Park. The reason it's like that is all those streets up there are equally crappy. They're all narrow, they all have water lines, and there's just issues about fitting two-way streetcar onto one street. So we have to utilize a lot of couplets to get up there. There is an opportunity on the horizon that was flagged by PBOT right here at 23rd and Thurman. There's a new project that may allow us to actually run on 23rd up to Thurman and Vaughan, which would be much cheaper and much faster for us. So I'll just flag that is a desire line for us, but one that is very, very strong. We have great support from the community up there, but we need to do more analysis about how we get from A to B on that one. The Broadway segment continues to be very, very strong, and I'll just say this corridor in particular has by far the highest ridership for us. It's got relatively strong economic development, and again, by far has the most community support. So we've got letters of support from the Hollywood Boosters, the Hollywood Neighborhood Association, the Broadway Weiler Alliance, the Pearl District Northwest District Association, and Montgomery Park, all supporting this alignment from a contextual perspective. They like the idea of this, they like what it would do for their community, but they're not quite sure exactly where it's going to go and what that means for bike access or land use. There's a lot of questions out there about if we're going to get serious about this alignment, what's that really mean? And that's been the nature of those letters of support. So real quick, in terms of economic analysis, this is an update of the Jerry Johnson economic analysis that was done a few years ago to help narrow the scope. We asked Jerry to update his thinking in terms of new construction costs, the new timelines in Portland, and what we can expect in terms of housing units in these corridors and real market value in these corridors. I will flag for you that this was done before inclusionary zoning, inclusionary housing was in play. So I think that if there's a shortfall to this, probably that's something we need to think about. But again, you can see Sandy fairly strong from an economic development perspective. Broadway also very strong. One thing that is emerging is the MLK line here. In both analysis, it's not that MLK wouldn't be a strong corridor, but that there's things already happening there, and most of the available parcels for development are already either occurring or about to be developed. So we're not expecting a large delta between what would happen on MLK with or without streetcar. That obviously can change with zoning and everything else. And I'm just going to give you a snapshot of what we looked at, and we can come back and get into more detail. We used the TriMet Equity Index as a way of measuring the impact on certain communities. We kicked around a lot of different ideas for managing equity and displacement, and we landed on using the same tool that everybody else in the region has been using as a starting point. And obviously there's lots of ways you can cut this. This looks at 10 different factors as we're talking about which populations we're serving and what they have access to. So for us, the next steps, and I think what I want to get across to this board is we're seeing a lot of support for the Broadway, Hollywood to Montgomery Park alignment. It is the one that is most consistent with the FTA in terms of ridership potential. There are other projects that could work, but they're probably going to need to be more of a local priority than a national priority. And then there are projects that may potentially be very good, but we need to spend more time as a community trying to figure out if all the pieces can get into place there. I will say our board took action. It was a 23-0 vote with a 1 abstention from Mr. Smith here, anticipating this hearing, I believe, to send a letter to the city suggesting that when the RTP is updated, happening right now, we would like to see the project of buying more cars included and the project of Broadway to Montgomery Park included in the financially constrained RTP, and then keeping the other ones on the unfinancially constrained RTP as a placeholder. And thinking about the conversation that April's having about which corridors are best for enhanced transit, which are best for BRT, and which are best for streetcar, we want to continue to be involved in those opportunities. So I think I'll stop there for the sake of time.
Thank you very much, Dan.
Everybody else up for questions?
Yeah, so I know Chris has questions. Chris, would you like to lead us off, and then Maggie, and then Andre?
Thank you. I have a couple questions for April, and then there's a streetcar discussion I want to start. So in the enhanced transit discussion, April, I heard you use the word free-flowing. And when people talk about free-flowing for cars, I always get suspicious, because that's usually a goal that would require a lot more resources to attain and have declining benefits as you invested those resources. Is free-flowing really the goal for transit, or is there a more realistic and meaningful goal that we're trying to aim for?
I was not trying to say that we were trying to get to free-flowing, but the comparison between when the bus is least delayed, that 90 percentile versus 10 percentile difference versus when it is most delayed. Okay. So it may not be reasonable to get it to that the free flow, if you will, okay. But to reduce the delay.
Great, thank you.
And getting into performance measures will help us to think about what is practical and reasonable.
Right. And related to delay, one trend I'm seeing more nationally is all-door boarding. And I know we have some negative, now fairly old history with that on the TriMet system. With the implementation of HOP, the e-fare system, is TriMet considering going to all-door boarding?
Sure.
Come on up,
If you
Eric.
could come up and introduce yourself to us.
Hi, Eric Hessa with TriMet staff, and I've been our staff liaison on both the Growing Transit Communities and the Enhanced Transit Corridors project, so familiar with this. And I would say in materials that are just getting drafted up now for the TAC and that I think will come back in June, all-door boarding is one of the tools that we're identifying in the toolkit. And so I appreciate you acknowledging some of the history we do have here, and there certainly are complications around fare collection with that, but as you also rightfully note, the HOP Fast Pass does offer some new opportunities. So it is, I would say, on the table from our perspective. We want to continue to refine what that would look like in terms of operational efficiency and how we would do that. It may, in fact, require additional capital infrastructure to put backdoor chargers and things as well. But we have certainly seen success, I'd say, in the San Francisco area in particular. That's also getting noted, I think, in the draft toolkit. So we want to be aware of those benefit opportunities and analyze them to maximize the reward and minimize the risk.
Okay, thank you. So to the general problem of buses stuck in congestion, something we've talked about in other contexts is congestion pricing as a tool to sort out congestion as opposed to adding capacity. Is there any consideration of using congestion pricing as a tool in the frequent transit or other bus corridors as a way of perhaps encouraging some of the cars to get out of the way?
I would say at this point it's notional. We even apparently heard from Mayor Wheeler spoke at the state legislature in the last week and mentioned congestion pricing as a tool that he is open to. So I think it's a conversation that more entities are more open to. It isn't something that is necessarily yet been focused specifically on the transit enhanced corridors, but it could be. I think the what we haven't quite figured out as a region or as a city is at what scale we can produce and deploy a system like this. And so I think that's a key practicality, is figuring out, you know, at what scale do we do this? Do we do this as a new statewide program, or do we do this as a city-only program or a regional one? So that's probably the practicality that's holding progress up at this point, is not knowing exactly how to launch it. Right?
So is anybody studying that right now?
I've mostly just heard interest in studying. There's not been a new initiative. I think the last version of that was at least a couple years ago was the last time I had heard of some analysis of it. So I think it's something that's warranted for us to take as a new work program, but it's not something we have funded or organized yet. So
Thanks.
Okay. So getting into the streetcar conversation, and you know, obviously streetcar is one investment tool. The other transit investments are very important as well. We're going to have to balance this, but you know, we tend to focus on the big shiny capital projects. And yeah, I need to acknowledge that when I serve on the Portland Streetcar Inc. board, I've been through that whole evaluation process. I was part of the subcommittee that worked on it. And I'll say that when I was, you know, when my transit loyalties were based on my neighborhood and I was advocating for my neighborhood, the Montgomery Park to Hollywood via Broadway corridor is one that I very much advocated for. In fact, there's even a piece of track work in the Pearl that probably wouldn't exist if a Pearl District representative and I hadn't thrown a tantrum and said it had to be there for just such an eventuality in the future. But I guess I'm wondering, what's the question we should be asking ourselves here? You know, if I ask the question, what streetcar project can we have shovel ready in case, you know, $1 trillion federal infrastructure program comes along? You know, I'd probably say Montgomery Park to Broadway, because we can make that happen. We know how to make that happen. The obstacles are understood. But if I ask the question, what streetcar project is going to be most transformative and go the furthest way towards our goals of job access and affordable housing and intensifying development in the city, you know, I might come up with Sandy as the answer, recognizing that there's a lot more work to do to get ready to be able to do that. We're not there today, and we couldn't start that project tomorrow. Which question should we be answering for the RTP submission, and how do we balance those different opportunities?
I appreciate the question. I have been
Take your
thrashing
mics
around.
off, Dan.
I think I'm not
There
too
you
far
go.
away from it.
Thank
maybe.
you.
All right. The question of which one is the right one is a tricky question for me. Both Broadway and Sandy are really, because of the nature of I-84 there, are independent travel markets and economic markets. And the fact that they both end at Hollywood is kind of a, confuses the conversation a little bit. Both of those streetcar corridors, on their own merit, are federally warranting very, very strong ridership, very, very strong economic development potential. It could be that both are the right idea. I think for the sake of the RTP, it would be wise for us, and as you know, what I've told the board is we need to focus. We can't chase 2 or 3 projects and be successful. We can tread water for a number of years on these things and try and be successful. We could also recognize that the Sandy project probably needs to go over the Burnside Bridge to be successful, and I have not had one conversation with the county about that. The bridge replacement project is probably 10 to 15 years out, if they end up replacing it at all. So we're talking about maybe 2 different timelines here. One is something we could do on a more immediate basis, and one is still available in the long term. I think that, as I said, everybody I talked to about this has a different history of how streetcar came about and how we should go about evaluating them in the future. And I think for those 2 corridors, one, you've got a community that's ready for streetcar, and we've got partnerships on those alignments that are willing to have conversations about LIDs on the Broadway alignment, and a community on Sandy that has been a little more difficult to track down, a little bit more disparate property ownership, less cohesiveness in terms of the neighborhood and business association support. So where we're at right now is we have a project that's ready to continue the planning effort in Broadway and Montgomery Park. And I guess that, for me, is a very, very big part of this, because you were asking earlier, which one has the most bang for the buck? And that assumes we have any bucks at all. Right now, I have 0, right? So I would also flip, just from the sake of the conversation about streetcar, there is a somewhat unrealistic expectation out there that it's going to, half of the money is going to come from the private sector and the other half is going to come from the FTA. I think that the city could advance, or the region could advance its own priorities by thinking about where we're investing money, right? And that's the game for me. If I have to chase down $20 million of private money, I'm going to go where there's people that are willing to support that effort.
Finished? Maggie?
Like to express a little frustration. The highest score on there for equity was 18. That's barely passing. Where I went to school in Texas, that was failing. Yet you decide to go ahead with those type of projects, and you go ahead with the projects that benefit the fewest people of color. And we just heard from Joe earlier that when we look at the Portland plan, equity is where we're lagging the most, particularly around economic development. So I think the question is, who are we benefiting, right? Who's benefiting from economic development and public investment? Because frankly, I mean, it looks like it's a pretty affluent area in Northwest, right? I don't have high confidence that our neighborhood associations are very representative of our demographic diversity in the state, of our racial diversity. And I'm frustrated that we keep leaning towards these projects that provide no benefit or even potential harm to communities of color in this city. And that it's a consideration, and you guys have been going through it for a while. I'm frustrated.
Well, let's talk about this analysis. This is not out of 100. This is out of 30. I agree. I think that there's some challenges with this effort, and I wanted to share this with you, not to say this is a home run, but this is the metric that we've been using to think about equity. We also had a displacement analysis. I think a lot of it around the streetcar conversation, and frankly, any public investment is what else is going along with it, right? It's not just plunking down the train and calling it good. There needs to be a much, much broader coalition and conversation around all of the tools that are going into this, right? And what are the housing strategies? What are the job strategies? Engagement from PDC and other partners. It needs to be a larger conversation. I don't disagree with you there. I don't want to be too critical on this particular point, but to the extent that the streetcar is expected to help pay for itself, that drives the conversation a little bit for us.
Right. Just to sort of jump in to make sure that we're not losing the full context of the conversation that we brought to you today. The streetcar investment is only really, if we're doing our jobs correctly, one piece of an array of investments that is perhaps the right tool for its right context, and that there are other tools that we're targeting to 122nd or to 82nd or to Burnside or these other streets. And so I think that's really important for us to realize, because it's very easy to lose that context, that there is an array. I mean, Chris and Andre have been very direct in their expression of those concerns, of saying that even in the TSP process, if you recall, we had an inner ring and an outer ring project identified to very expressively point out that there's going to be multiple investments that need to happen, and in fact, even preceding actions happening before it might be appropriate to expand the streetcar system. And as staff, we've very intentionally directed our efforts on those complementary moves. So we have not extended a lot of time towards these additional streetcar lines. We've been focusing on the enhanced transit corridors and what's the right product for East Portland and these other areas, knowing that Portland Streetcar can carry some of its own weight looking at its potential expansion, so that at the point when we're coming back to you, we have a appropriate pairing about what we think is a reasonable set of moves.
So I appreciate you talking about the partnerships, and I'd really like to see that happen. I mean, we have transit projects where we're told, oh, there will be affordable housing, we'll couple it, and it doesn't necessarily happen, or to the extent it needs to be. So I think that if you're going forward with any of these projects, you need to keep updating the commission and working with groups beyond neighborhood associations.
I agree. I make no mistake, I completely agree. And I want to, just for the sake of where we are in the state of a project, 6 months ago, I couldn't sit here with a straight face and actually say that any of these are actually constructible. We had not done the technical analysis to figure out if we could, again, turn left in certain places. So now we've gone through what I call more of a technical analysis. We've got scores down to a decimal point about which one may or may not makes the most sense. There's no question before any of these projects moves forward, we're going to have a much, much broader coalition moving behind it in terms of getting the most out of it. Because I think the Broadway one in particular, we need to be thinking about how we're going to get the most out of that project from an economic perspective. And how are we going to use streetcar as a tool to advance the projects that we want to see advanced. I don't disagree with you at all there.
So, last question, is in terms of the process, because I'm sure I wasn't here when the council approved that full streetcar map, but
Maggie, could you use the microphone? Thank you.
was the process first by vetting with community where projects are needed, or was the process of where it was economically feasible or able to be built? Like which question came first?
Were you more involved in that, Art? Yeah.
A number of us were a little bit involved. The person who was mainly involved now works for the city of Vancouver. But a lot of it was, there was a really extensive public involvement process through the streetcar plan. There were actually individual committees convened around certain sub-areas. I think Chris might have been involved in it. But actually, so it was very much around desire, with some level of feasibility analysis. There were some streets where it was identified that there's a major water line making, I think like Hawthorne may have run into that as a dilemma for that corridor. But it was very much a community-based process. Partially why we pushed streetcar to do this additional refinement and did the Jerry Johnson work together with Bureau of Planning and Sustainability was that we knew we needed to bring an extra level of understanding around the development outcomes in terms of supporting growth and the feasibility work in terms of the technical work. So this was really more grounded in desire. These latest two efforts are more grounded in the sort of pragmatism of delivery.
And if it's possible to send the list of the committees and who's on it, that would be great. Sure. If you could dig that out.
Dig back through.
We have that report around somewhere. Yeah, I mean, we did actually charter community groups in each of the 5 quadrants of the city to nominate streets that they thought were good candidates for streetcar. And then that was part of developing what went through the technical screen about what streets could actually accommodate streetcar. And then there was a mini revolt in the stakeholder committee when all the orange lines were in the east and the green lines were in the center. So the equity issue got raised in a big way back then.
Right, and I would say candidly, that's part of why we've gone even more aggressively around enhancements to bus service is that it makes the most sense for the streetcar system to expand from its hub rather than to create new satellite operating districts. And so if we're to produce good products for East Portland in the near term, they probably aren't streetcars. They're probably other types of products. And that's in part why we think that the additional work is a good complement to what the streetcar expansion might bring.
I was just going to flag because I skipped over it. We do, much like Art said, our operating principle right now is to build small spurs off of this very unique loop. These are relatively not that expensive rail projects, but you're able to leverage the existing loop system and access everything else. So that's been kind of our operating principle in terms of where we want to expand in the short term.
So Andre and then Katie.
First, packaging things, I'm going to start with the streetcar and then go to the enhanced, but packaging, clearly TriMet understands the need for housing accompanied with streetcar. They're not going to build the Southwest Corridor without a housing strategy. And I would suggest the streetcar is not going to be built without a housing strategy, also low-income, affordable housing strategy. And if you're going to go across the Broadway-Widener Bridge, we just had our previous one argument about that bridge even getting built. And I now have a good cause to go to council and say, why would we want to build it if we're not going to have an affordable housing strategy that's going to take that train in, as Maggie said, to the desirable neighborhoods? So I would suggest council and you look at an affordable housing strategy. Metro has understood it as an equity strategy, and I think the streetcar needs to get on that. I mean, you don't need to lead it, but you need to bring your partners to the table.
forefront of our conversation at this point.
So we'll see it in June.
And I think what we're thrashing around on a little bit is what does it mean in an inclusionary zoning environment here? What's that look like?
I get that, but you need to have a strategy, because if it's just streetcar, I tell you right now, I can't support a streetcar strategy that is just streetcar. Because the issue that Art brought up, we fought for years on this commission, and it appears it's run out of the door without a good strategy around it. Low-income fares, you mentioned that 25% of your individuals are low-income today. So is there a strategy around the low-income fares that are coming out of TriMet and that support? Are you supporting that? And do you have a strategy as a streetcar to do the same? I know you're not the same agency, but are you looking at doing the same?
I guess one thing I just want to make sure we're clear on is the level of conversation we're about talking about RTP call for projects. Yep. And so in terms of, believe me, we will expect Dan to be carrying a lot of the city's needs and desires through with his streetcar line. And
I'm expecting you to have me do that.
And
he'll be fine.
But at this point now, it would be very premature to be able to develop that refined plan until we've decided which corridor we think we want to target that against. So so once we decide through the RTP call for projects where the target lines would be, so he can focus his board's effort, would be when we can coalesce agencies around that initiative. Right.
All I'm looking for is that today we had a presentation and affordable housing was not mentioned. Okay. That at the point they come back, that there's a strategy. When they talked about Southwest Corridor, they were talking about affordable housing strategy, going after grants. That was a strategy if they were going to do something. Now they're moving ahead. I'm looking for that same kind of conversation to say, if we move ahead, we would have affordable housing strategy, we'll go after grants, that type of bundling, if you will, in an equity conversation, so that we don't get a conversation of we're just going to have a lot of housing and we just need money. We have a comprehensive strategy. I get that you don't have a route, but if it's Sandy or the other. The other thing is just the low income. I would encourage the streetcar to be supportive of what TriMet's doing and probably mirror whatever they end up doing in the low income.
We accept, well, 3 layers there. Our fares are already lower than TriMet's fares. We accept all TriMet fares and we'll continue to, and we'll participate in that program, whatever it turns into. And we do have a low-income fare program already with streetcar.
Okay, but is it the same as what TriMet's?
We have one.
Better.
I think what Dan said,
they don't currently have one, so I can't say that it's.
So if TriMet creates a low-income fare instrument, streetcar will honor it.
We will honor all TriMet fares.
Okay. Yeah. And then for the enhanced transit, I'm a huge fan of that, of the enhanced transit. Got Art to go to TriMet and talk about it. I guess the confusion here is TriMet's rolled out 162nd, and that's part of the enhanced transit corridors, but it's 45 minutes. And so I'm trying to, I'm trying to balance, you have a whole community that's upset about enhanced transit now and saying, well, we don't want this at all if it's all slow buses. At the same time, you're looking for their support, and I'm caught in the middle of trying to say.
A number of tiers. I'll let April walk you through the steps. Yeah.
I think part of the confusion is we're both using the word enhanced or enhancement. So TriMet service enhancement plans, which did come first, is how to plan for improving their service, making better service into the future. That could be any sort, or new service. That could be any sort of improvement to service. When we are talking specifically about enhanced transit corridors, and maybe in the end we need a different word. But we're trying to focus on getting to above frequent service or improving frequent service to operate successfully. And so when it comes to 162nd Avenue, that would be a new line identified in TriMet Service Enhancement Plan. And they're proposing to introduce it at less than frequent service to get the line started. So I would make the distinction and that the Enhanced Transit Corridors Plan is really focused on whether it's already frequent service and meeting the criteria that we laid out to make how to improve its operation.
So the investments that we would bring to bear to try to support that 162nd might be new growing transit community types investments, access in terms of pedestrian and bicycle facilities to bring that line up to more and more levels, to make it into a frequent service line and eventually enhanced transit, eventually high-capacity transit potentially. There's a whole hierarchy of moves that need to happen over a course of time.
But the East Portland doesn't have that many frequent service lines, and so I guess they're confused between what you're offering, which I so totally support, and what TriMet's offering is not. And then I hear you just say, well, it could get up there.
They're all a series of moves.
A series of moves,
You can't
and
start at the highest level. You have to work your way up.
well, I guess the backdrop is, and to your point earlier, Art, is we got Streetcar here saying we got 2 lines we want to build right away, and we're getting 145-minute service, and we've got to build up to service in East Portland, and they're looking at immediately.
Well, so what we have in East Portland, we have
I'm looking at
122nd or 82nd, perhaps, that are both currently frequent service lines that we're targeting through the Enhanced Transit Plan for that next level of investment. So that would be the companion initiative to Streetcar's refinement for the streetcar, would be our targeting of one of those corridors to do the first big initiative out there, right?
I appreciate all you guys are doing on the enhanced transit, I guess, the good part. I would only ask that Streetcar does a Title VI according to the TriMet methodology, because given the scores, and I sit on the equity committee at TriMet, I don't know that it would pass a Title VI score.
This is TriMet's.
No, but the Title VI
I'm familiar
that
with
they
that.
do actual for FTA when they new service is a different methodology.
I'm familiar with that.
Yes,
And-
I've worked on those.
Yeah, so, and I think that's important because to Maggie's point, the investment of that kind of money and not into neighborhoods and the potential effect of ridership on other lines would be important.
Andre, I would like to add, following up on what Art said, just to put a finer point on it, we really are trying to partner with TriMet or bring to the table improvements to support both lines that have less than frequent service today, 122nd Avenue being the prime example we've already partnered on to create those commitments to get to frequent service. And now we're looking at the Alliance for Growing Transit Communities. So lifting all boats, if you will, bringing more lines to frequent level service, as well as looking those that are already frequent service and how to make them better. So we're really trying to operate on both of those levels.
I appreciate
And I think the adding point is that 122nd is one of those examples where it was not frequent service. We're getting to frequent service, but we still identified it in our Enhanced Transit Corridors Plan. So and the 20 are making leaps, if you will, we added them because of the plan to go to frequent service, to include them in our candidate pool.
I really do appreciate what you're doing, Art, on Enhanced Transit in April. I think it's good for the community out there. It's just, there seems to be a disconnect between what you're doing and TriMet's doing. And I was hoping the MOU would get that better, but it clearly is not.
Well, I think it's all, I think the key is thinking about the whole hierarchy of moves, and so bringing new service to a new environment is, I think we should really applaud that, frankly. I think that's what we do want to see.
Thank you. I'm just going to kind of let us move on to Katie's question. Hopefully we can wrap up. We're running a little over time here, so go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it quick. Basically, Andre said mainly everything that I wanted to say, except that I just have to say it again, actually, which is basically that a lot of the north-south lines have been so under that waiting for them to mature, et cetera, that I just don't think that should be done. And the 162nd, I mean, someone said virtuous cycle, and there is a virtuous cycle that has to do with frequency of lines. If you don't run them enough, they don't get the ridership, and they're ready for that ridership. And I just learned from this new working group that I'm in that East Portland has the highest density in the city. Is that correct? Now you're frowning.
Some centers in East Portland have higher densities than the entertainment centers, but I don't know about the overall density.
Oh, okay. Well, then I won't say that anymore. But that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Are there any other
One
questions?
closing thought. We haven't talked about growing transit communities, and I just want to share my appreciation and support for that effort, because I think it's a vital part of this mix. And just to set up the seed for when we come back in June, and I'd like to have a conversation then about what happens if we recommend submitting 2 streetcar projects. Other than destroying Dan's personal life, what would the impact of that be? So.
I think that would be fine, and I would ask similarly of the commission to recognize where a project is in terms of coming to fruition, right? Being in the RTP is a long, long, long ways away from a project actually being constructed. So as we develop these partnerships and these communities and then the things that go along with it, there's a lot more to come, and I hear what you're saying, and I recognize it all. But let's all just appreciate that there are projects in the RTP today that won't be built.
So real quick before we kind of conclude here, you're coming back in June, and what are our goals for that meeting?
So we'll have more refined understanding for the enhanced transit corridors in terms of which of those projects would be proposed for submittal. I'll see if April can nod if I miss anything. Oh, look at that. We've got it right here.
Oh, she was all ready for us.
So
Thank you,
good.
April.
Yeah. So prioritized list around the enhanced transit corridors, more details on the toolbox of potential treatments, and a proposal to you for an RTP project list submittal for both enhanced transit, streetcar, and access to transit.
Fabulous. And I think you heard pretty loud and clear. In addition to that, we're hoping to hear some deeper strategies or thoughts on, or at least commitments to say we're going to come up with a strategy on equity.
Well, I think yes. In a month and a half, we'll see what we can do. I see this as a multi-year effort.
I don't think we're asking for the final solution or the exact plan as much as to say we're committed to coming up with a strategy.
Absolutely,
and,
yeah.
and doing it thoughtfully in the right way.
Yep, and that probably is just a matter of articulating it at that point.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the Better Housing by Design briefing.
Good afternoon. Ready for the next presentation? Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm Bill Cunningham with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, project manager for a new project we have that's updating our multi-dwelling zoning code, and joined here by Denver Garda with PBOT, who's they're partnering with us on the project. And really the intent of what we're doing today is to brief you, give you some sense for what the project is doing, what kinds of issues it's covering, and to be available for any questions you might have. So at its essence, the Better Housing by Design project, which is our name for the update to the Portland's multi-dwelling zoning code, is really working on two things. It's updating the zoning code development and design standards outside the central city and the multi-dwelling zones, and really with the intent of improving outcomes and really respond to the new comprehensive plan policies we have. And that's really the key to what BPS is doing with their zoning code update. But we are partnering with PBOT on their Connected Centers Street Plan, which is an effort to come up with new approaches to obtaining street and pedestrian connections where connections are lacking, and Denver will be briefing you on that. So one thing that's been confusing to the public is that we've had a number of projects, zoning code projects, that are looking at housing development issues. Recently, you reviewed the mixed-use zones project, which focused on the commercial mixed-use zones, where some of the highest profile multi-dwelling type projects have been happening. This is a Dan Perelik diagram, by the way. If you might imagine that the right end is the corridor, the center, and the spectrum going down to single family towards the left. So the other project that's in the works is the residential infill project that's focusing on the single family zones. And that is expanding some of the allowances for the single family zones, allowing some additional opportunities for duplexes and triplexes. There's some overlap with what the Better Housing by Design project is doing, but we are focusing very specifically on the multi-dwelling zones. And those zones cover a pretty broad spectrum of types of development, from your lower medium density zones like R2 to RH that occur on the corridors. You're probably familiar with this diagram probably more than most people, but the multi-dwelling zones are really a key part of the comprehensive plan growth strategy for focusing most of our growth close to centers and corridors where services are available. This map here is showing the mixed-use zones in the red tone and the multi-dwelling in blue. And you can see if you're looking at let me see if I can get this pointer to work properly. Somewhere like the St. John's Town Center or the Jade Neighborhood Center, you have both the red commercial zones as well as the multi-dwelling zones providing some of the housing opportunity close to those services. And one thing to bear in mind in this project is we're focusing on improving the tool, the zoning code tool. We are not anticipating changes to the mapping of the multi-dwelling zones, so there won't be an expansion of the multi-dwelling zone mapping. In terms of what is it we're trying to solve, it's really a key aspect is responding to what our new comprehensive plan policies are calling for, and you know more than most that there's a broad range of things we want to achieve. We want housing diversity that includes housing that's affordable and accessible for people who have mobility needs. We want to cultivate pedestrian-oriented street environments. We want better response to context. We want to have pedestrian and street connections, especially in our higher density centers. But we're finding there's been a gap between what our policies call for and what is being built and what our regulations are guiding things toward. So a key aspect is to narrow the gap between our policy aspirations and what is happening on the ground. There are some key equity considerations as part of this. We definitely are going to be considering as we move forward what the effect on costs and affordability of the regulations we're considering might be. We want to be taking a close look at incentives for affordable housing and how that measures up against other incentives that are already in the books. We want to see whether or not we can create new approaches to encourage more physically accessible units, which we don't have any incentives for outside of the building code. We also want to be thinking as part of this project, how do our regulations affect the livability for people living in the multifamily housing? A lot of the research we're showing is showing that a lot of communities of color, a lot of immigrants disproportionately live in multifamily housing. So how we shape that housing will have an impact on those populations. We want to get beyond just looking at how development looks from the outside to how it works for those living in it. Just some of the broad topics that project is looking at is one is site design and healthy active living. And this is building on some past projects we had where we had partnered with the Oregon Public Health Institute as well as the Community Alliance of Tenants that worked with residents to find out what was important to them. And a key aspect, especially for multifamily housing that had children, was the importance of having open space close at hand, incorporating more sustainable green elements as part of this topic as well. Another topic is addressing building design and scale, including how buildings relate to the street. Another general topic, as I mentioned before, is looking at street connectivity, developing new implementation approaches. Some of it is PBOT's work. Some of it may also involve triggers in the zoning code that help establish those connections. And we are going to have street plans for 2 areas in eastern Portland, the J District or the Rosewood centers. And a general thing to keep in mind is we're going to be looking at these areas as pilot projects for obtaining additional street connections, but the idea is we had developed zoning code and transportation approaches that could be applied in other areas that lack connections. Another topic was taking a closer look at those development bonuses. We've got about 10 existing types of development bonuses, and we really want to take a close look at how our affordable housing bonuses relate to those other bonuses and how we might prioritize affordability versus some of the other approaches. We had some initial stakeholder working group discussions about this, and there was a clear interest in prioritizing affordability as well as a smaller set of items.
Yeah, and interesting, on the graphic, I just say, go to the Ramona with Ed McNamara and Tom Lipton, and they have solar water heating like that, and under it, a green roof. I'm just thinking of the message, the illustration.
Sort of a twofer. And we got more images here that are touching on some of the issues we've heard up to now. And I should mention that we're not just building on the comprehensive plan policies. Over the last several years, we've had a number of planning projects, including things like the East Portland Action Plan, our East Corridor Light Rail Station planning, infill design work, and a lot of these created wish lists of what they wanted to do in terms of the zoning code, but those were not zoning code projects. And this basically is a project that will hopefully deliver in some of those past efforts. One issue that's been raised, including the active living type work that was done, was the need to revisit our outdoor space requirements. We require about 48 square feet in the per unit in the lower density zones. There's some concern that our higher density zones don't require any outdoor space, and there's a lot of interest in revisiting those regulations and make sure that they deliver on usable outdoor space.
Bill, is that image in the lower right-hand corner of Portland?
Yes, it is. A common development type in the medium density zones in East Portland are these closely packed detached houses. Usually it's not a land division, and they're not covering an awful lot of the site, but much of the unbuilt area is these little setbacks between the buildings. So what you usually get out of those developments is not very usable perimeter setbacks and vehicle access areas. Another topic we'd like to look at is looking at how some urban green options might fit into the zoning code. Currently, things like eco roofs or other innovative sustainable green approaches don't really have much of a place in the zoning code. You don't get any landscape credit for that. Also looking at how we might structure our regulations to help minimize paved surfaces. And we're partnering with PSU. They're looking at urban heat island impacts of different development configurations. And some of their initial modeling is showing that if you go for a very hardscape approach, you can have an 8-degree increase in the temperature compared to much greener approaches. So it is something we want to be part of the discussion. A topic, especially in East Portland, is about how to deal with building setbacks. There's some interest, especially in East, about maybe trying to avoid situations where housing units are right up against the sidewalk and having a bit more of a setback for both the privacy issues and response to the context. We'll be looking at the possibility of strengthening our limitations in front garages to cultivate more of a pedestrian orientation and the possibility of front entrance requirements. We don't have many limitations in front garages in the multi-dwelling zones currently. We do in the mixed use and single family, but not so much in multi-dwelling. Another topic is the possibility of regulating by the scale or size of units, perhaps using FAR versus unit counts. In some of our zones, like the R2 zone, if you have a 5,000 square foot lot, your option is a duplex or a pair of attached houses, but nothing else. We're looking at whether you might allow triplexes or fourplexes that are of similar scale and fitting into certain parameters. And that could also apply to some of our corridors. The images here show R1 development, which is our predominant corridor type development. Image on the right is a recent development on Southeast 50th, and they're all 3-story townhouse units. But the density would not allow what was done historically on those streets, which are an example in Hawthorne on the left where it's more stacked units. So one approach could be to set the scale and size parameters and allow a bit more flexibility for what happens in terms of the number of units. We'll also be looking at the possibility of when you have very high density zones adjacent to single family, whether we would want a requirement for transitions in scale, similarly to what we did with the mixed use zones. We'll also have a big focus for the zoning code development standards on East Portland, largely east of 82nd and 205. And a lot of our analysis really came to the conclusion that a lot of our zoning code development standards evolved along with the inner neighborhoods and weren't really calibrated very well to East Portland, where the block structure is very different. This is the 148th Rosewood area, which is one of our focus areas. Blocks there are typically about 600 feet by over 1,000 feet long. The little apartment block in the left part of the image is about the size of a downtown Portland block. So you don't have the connectivity. It's a very different block structure. Our zoning code ends up working differently there. It's a place that still has a lot of stands of Douglas fir. It's a place with lots of families of children. It's certainly not the Pearl District where you have lots of empty nesters and young professionals. There are a lot of families living in apartments in East Portland, and a lot of concern that in many cases, such as the lower right image, the parking lot is the primary place for kids to play, which people are saying is really unacceptable. The other area of focus for East Portland is the J District area near 82nd and Division. And a common situation you have there that's so different from the inner neighborhoods is the upper right image is an R2 zone, and because of the depth of the lots, each of these lots is about 200 feet deep. They typically build to the very end of the lot, and much of the rest of the lot is driveway. And it becomes especially an issue when you start getting multiple developments like that. The lower right image shows two side-by-side projects that each have their own private driveway. So we're going to look at whether or not we need to be pushing more to a street system where there's more efficiencies in access or some other shared access situations, and really thinking more about what represents a positive development outcome in East Portland. Are there differing approaches that are more responsive to the characteristics and needs of the area? One other East Portland issue is that so much of our multi-dwelling zoning is on the big streets there, places like Division or Outer Stark. And there's some discussion as to how do you address design on those big streets. And some things brought up in the community in the past was the idea of whether or not you should allow small live-work type uses along the big streets to help address that interface between the residences and all that traffic. And they're also interested in making it easier to do small commercial uses in the multifamily zones near light rail stations. So that's it for the zoning code portion. I was going to pass it on to Denver to describe some of PBOT's work in this.
Is it clarifying, Mike? Because we're just short on time.
Well, yes, I think it's important to state, I really appreciate the recognition of the role of the need for open space. We've gotten into a situation in the city where the discussions about housing have been either you can have housing or you can have parks. You can't have both. And there was a great article in the New York Times about 4 days ago that I've been meaning to send out that said housing is not enough. And they went through an analysis of various cities around the country that are recognizing that and working on that. And I'm pleased to see a lot of the images recognize that. And I'd like to follow up with you on that.
Good afternoon. I'm Denver Igarda. I'm with the Transportation Planning Group at Portland Bureau of Transportation. And our project has its own name, Connected Centers, but it really is a fully integrated and complementary effort to the Better Housing by Design work. And it's one of those unique opportunities where we're able to work side by side and go out to the community and have a conversation around issues that include transportation and land use, but are working towards the same objectives. The Connected Centers street plan came directly from the comp plan. There's direction for achieving better connectivity in eastern neighborhoods. There's policies for creating street plans for its designated centers. And as Bill mentioned, that number...
Where is that picture you showed?
This is 147th, like a block away from the MAX station on...
I was
Burnside.
gonna say, like, I mean,
Yeah, I like this photo. It's a good illustration of the challenges that we face out in this part of town. So yeah, I think, again, as Bill already mentioned, we're looking for new approaches. We have had connectivity standards citywide for a long time, and we have street plans and lines on maps, and oftentimes that doesn't result in the connectivity that's needed to accommodate the growth. And again, this diagram you've already seen, but really where we're focusing in is the designated centers and those neighborhoods that have really poor connectivity. And as with the Better Housing by Design effort, we're focusing for this project on the J District Neighborhood Center and the Rosewood Neighborhood Center, so that we can learn more and talk with those neighbors and those that live and work in those areas. So the issues we're trying to address, Bill covered some of this, but really it is that there are few connections, which means it's very difficult for people that live in these neighborhoods to get to the places that are within a walking distance, shops and schools, to get to transit. Bill showed that photo of the two driveways side by side. You see all that impervious surface, you see the access, but it dead ends into a private fence. It does not provide connectivity. And so we're trying to think of the opportunities that we can create with a better approach. Large block sizes, again, Bill mentioned this already, but large block sizes really mean that there are not the options to get around. These two images show a star, and that star is in the exact same place in both locations. This development on the bottom right-hand side, you can see is 1 block away from, or actually less than a block, like directly next to the Fubon Market on 82nd Avenue. You can see how, you can almost throw a stone to the market, but because the street dead ends into a fence, if they're wanting to go to the market, they need to go completely out of direction around the block. And not only it's the added time and distance, but it's also having to walk on a street like 82nd, which isn't the most comfortable experience, especially if you have children or other family members with you. Another issue is poor accessibility. We have plans for within these neighborhoods, our city bikeway networks, our greenway, city walkway routes, and access to transit. And a lot of those routes lack basic infrastructure. And so we're particularly interested in those routes that are serving citywide trips for people using bicycle or getting to transit or walking to their neighborhood destinations. Limited roadway space. Obviously, with fewer connections, there's already fewer roadways, but there's also limited space on those roadways. And as we grow, the pressure on right-of-way will continue to increase for both parking as well as all other uses. And so that pressure is something that we recognize and are hoping to be smart about how we use our right-of-way. Bill mentioned this already with the East Portland characteristics that, there's these large, mature trees out there that the community cares a great deal about. And if there are ways for us to preserve them as we're building infrastructure to protect those important features of the neighborhood, then we'd like to find strategies for doing that. And just to conclude, essentially what we're hoping to come up with this project is a tailored street plan. So we have a connectivity standard we apply citywide, but this is a different context than the inner neighborhood. So a more tailored approach to getting street connectivity, and that's understanding where the opportunities are greatest, where connections are most feasible. As Bill mentioned, part of what we're doing will feed into potential code amendments that help us to trigger that citywide standard that's already in place when there are developments occurring that has the greatest opportunity for these connections. And then finally, it's creating tools for development. So not only for our staff that are reviewing proposals, but for the community and for developers to know how these connections can be integrated into their site design. And also whether or not there's incentives. One of the things we are looking at is we are updating our SDC list and trying to understand if we can provide some SDC credit for these connections, which we haven't done in the past.
I want to say a little bit before I leave in terms of where we are in the project schedule. We're now through June in the concept development phase of the project, where we're working with the community to identify what we want to achieve in our multi-dwelling zones fairly broadly. And then come the summer, we'll be moving on to the actual code development and working on the discussion draft of code amendments with the intention of returning to you more in the fall portion of the year and moving on to public hearings and hopefully ultimately adoption. February 25th, we had our first public workshop, a kickoff to the project, and we're in the midst right now of a series of what we're calling stakeholder working group meetings that are diving down in greater detail on topics. If you notice there, each date has a separate set of topics that are the focus, and 3 of them actually have more of an East Portland focus. We have a J District focus coming up on April 6th that is looking both at street plans and connections as well as different development approaches for infill development there. May 3rd, we have a Rosewood area focus. We have a different approach for this project versus some in the past. There is not an appointed advisory group. What we're doing is holding a series of stakeholder working groups, and we've been actively soliciting the involvement of a range of stakeholders. So getting community groups involved like the J District and Rosewood Initiative, as well as affordable housing providers, developers, architects, neighborhoods that are in the areas where there's a lot of multifamily development. But it's structured so that people could focus on those topics that are most relevant to the areas of interest. In some past projects, when you had one advisory group, they tended to end up having a bias towards inner neighborhoods. Here we wanted to have some flexibility so that there's a group that has more knowledge on East Portland that is a focus of some of these meetings. So that's the end of our presentation. We'll have a wrap-up public workshop on the overall set of concepts on June 3rd, and we'll be publishing our concept plan by the end of June. So that's what will be coming up. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I was going to say, I'm not sure how many questions we have, but hopefully we can keep it to about 5 minutes, if that's possible, for those of you who are thinking about asking questions. So Teresa, and then it looks like Jeff wanted to dive in, and then Chris.
So I'm thinking about the pictures where the trees are in the way of the sidewalk. And I know that sidewalks tend to be linear, but I just wonder if you guys have strategies around non-linear sidewalks and maybe giving trees their own parking space or something to allow us to keep the trees but improve the connectivity.
Yeah, I think we've been doing a lot of work at PBOT to understand the context and be able to provide flexibility in our standard design. We've always been taking the approach to, where possible, avoid impacts like removing mature trees. And I think one thing we've been trying to do is really for each street understand the context of that street and really what is required functionally for that street to work. A street in the center, might have, as low as 500 vehicles per day and really be used primarily for the residents that live along that street. And so the demands of that right-of-way are different than a busier street just a block away. And so if we can understand the context and we can know how much flexibility we have, say, if we're able to meander the sidewalk, narrow either remove parking and narrow the paved area, or even in some cases maybe have sidewalk on one side rather than both sides. It could vary by context.
Oh, Bill, this is just a broad conceptual thought to keep in mind. As I look at what you're doing, you started by showing us sort of the inner city multi-dwelling zones, St. John's, Belmont area, whatever, and then we switched to East Portland, which I was very intrigued by. it almost seems like the zoning code is not a good basis for analyzing both of those. It's almost like you need a different set of zoning tools in East Portland than you need in the more inner city neighborhoods. And I sort of encourage you not to get hung up with the rules and the regs and the R2 and the RH as a common denominator. I would almost, it's a conceptual to me, but I think you need a whole new menu when you get to East Portland. And I think you said this at one point, a lot of the zoning code regulations were designed with more of an inner city or west of 82nd perspective. And I just think, I almost think you need two different kinds of zoning codes, because I'm not sure why an R2 design in St. John's is going to work well in Rosewood. So it's just more as you think about it. I almost see two different projects here, taking a new look at multi-dwelling, and I'm using 82nd, I mean, that's just an arbitrary, but as you showed all those pictures of East Portland and the Rosewood area, it seems to me they really need it's a chance to be creative and innovative, and not just take an R2 and try to tweak it to work in Rosewood. Maybe just need a whole new way to go walk around Rosewood for a while and think what's going to help foster smart, good development there. So just a thought as you move forward, because I don't see one zoning code fitting both parts of town.
Thanks. We're trying to keep an open mind, and of course, we want to see what it is people would like to achieve there, and then assess what could help us get there.
Jeff or Chris?
I have a question about the community involvement around this. I can see a challenge as you're talking with the community that, the community members who complain to us about ugly apartment buildings probably aren't distinguishing between a building built in CM3 and a building built in RH. How are you communicating, sort of what the boundaries of this project are, and is the community understanding that mapping, or are you running into confusion?
There is some inherent confusion there. People don't see the underlying zoning beneath that multifamily building. We do try to highlight the fact that very often the multi-dwelling zones are not in the core of commercial areas, but it is an ongoing issue we do need to work with people on in terms of being clear about the way the zoning code works and what this project is going to be addressing versus past projects. One thing we're finding too is they might be similar scale allowances, but our 45-foot height allowance zone and the multi-dwelling zones, R1, is very different in the way it functions from the commercial mixed-use zones, say the CM2 zone that allows the same height. What we've heard from some builders is that it's a lot easier doing multi-dwelling development in the commercial mixed-use zones than it is in the multi-dwelling zones. And we've heard that from affordable housing providers too. So we will be taking a look at some of those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other kind of questions outstanding? I had a question on the community involvement, and I appreciate kind of a unique thinking in your approach for getting involvement. I guess one concern I have is do you feel through the process that you've outlined for yourself that you're going to be able to kind of identify where there's consensus or not consensus? And I'm starting to think through when you come through to hearings, is there going to be a fairly broad group of people who are going to feel like they haven't been able to come to a type of consensus, I guess, where I'm trying to go with that. And not that a stakeholders group always delivers exactly what everybody in the neighborhood or majority of the neighborhood wants to see. I mean, I know there's there's challenges there as well. Just
That's at least the way we framed it with the stakeholder working group is that there's no expectation of coming to any consensus. Past project I was involved in, like mixed use, it is rare that people came to any consensus. You heard their perspectives and you let it rest there, and staff considered the various perspectives. And one thing we did have from past projects is people would sometimes complain that so-and-so seemed to be the neighborhood representative but wasn't reflective of other perspectives in the area. And the way we're structuring things here is that the meetings will be open to participation by anyone who's interested in the topic. Right. So they don't have to worry about whether or not they were the designated neighborhood representative from Southeast Portland. But it's we're still seeing how it's going to work. Stakeholder working group meetings may not work very well if we have 60 people showing up. It's intended to be a more focused, smaller discussion. Our first citywide stakeholder working group meeting is coming up next week, Thursday. We've tended in the workshops to get a lot of inner neighborhood people most involved, so we're curious to see who all is going to show up and whether we still have a manageable discussion.
I'll just leave it brief, and I think partly, which I wasn't communicating very well too, is the thread through all the different pieces that you have, and just making sure, which I know you guys are talented enough to do this, I'm not concerned about it, but I think it's just, if you're going to have a certain subgroup here and a certain subgroup here, what's that thread that brings it all together and makes it cohesive? It's probably a better way to say it than versus coming consensus on how, I was trying to think of how they all come together and form kind of the big picture, which I know you're talented enough to see through that, but I'll be curious when we're all done to hear kind of how you feel that process went.
We'll let you know.
So with that, thank you very much. It's a great project. Looking forward to seeing more in the future. And thank you, Katie, for serving on that committee and advising and giving us information back.
Thank you for your time.
Next briefing is the Community Involvement Committee and recruitment process. And since we're behind, I'm not going to necessarily say there's any scheduled breaks here, so everyone's just going to have to get up when they need to get up. Unless we lose everybody.
I'm going to be quick, too. So.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Sorry.
So I'm Sarah Wright, and I'm a Community Outreach and Information Representative at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And you've seen me here before to talk about the Community Involvement Program. So I'm here today to give you a quick briefing on the process that we are working on to set up a new Community Involvement Committee that will become effective along with the other elements of the comprehensive plan. So the new committee, it takes you back to last year when you really reviewed the Community Involvement Program, which is one of the early implementation projects of the comprehensive plan. And the Community Involvement Committee is one element of that. So we're really kind of digging down. So the new committee that's being formed will oversee community involvement in long-term planning that falls under the comp plan umbrella. And really, this committee is charged with supporting city staff and taking all the goals and policies in Chapter 2, and there are a lot of them, and making them come alive. So I think that that's the heart of this new committee. So policy direction, the committee is coming from Oregon's statewide planning goal, requires that we have a committee for citizen involvement that oversees community involvement and participates in development, implementation, and evaluation of that. So currently, you guys at the PSC are doing this role. You're fulfilling this role. The adopted 2035 comprehensive plan, specifically in policy 1.17, directs the city to establish a new separate committee to take on that role that's required by the state. So that's the direction behind this baby committee that's being born. And I think this is a really exciting moment for community involvement in planning because we have Chapter 2 with a lot of robust goals and policies, and we have this new committee that has this opportunity to really dig deep and really think about the work of community involvement in long-term planning. So I think it's pretty exciting. So staff has been working. You have a memo and a draft application form. We're working to set up a process for doing recruitment and selection and training of a new committee. So the roles that are identified for this committee are to identify improvements for the project-specific and ongoing community involvement practices, and also to review and amend the community engagement manual, which is really kind of a structure for community involvement that provides some basic expectations and guidance for staff to do this work. So this committee really is, I think of it as the voice of Chapter 2. So, Chapter 2 is being represented in human form by this committee. And I think that's a wonderful thing to have to support staff to do ongoing, evaluation and design and improvement of our work. And again, I'm really excited about it. So we've been also working with staff at the Office of Neighborhood Involvement, the Bureau of Transportation, the Office of Equity and Human Rights, and also just checking in with other people who have expertise in this kind of design of public involvement. So talking to a lot of people to get feedback on how to put together a robust committee. So we have draft selection criteria. The committee, so the committee is going to, the city code language that is establishing this committee calls for a membership with a geographic representation and also representation from, just a wide variety of groups. And so we're looking for members who don't necessarily have any specific training or background, but have a commitment to these things. And really, we want them to be passionately committed to Chapter 2 is what we want for them. So these are the selection criteria. And we're looking for people who have an enthusiasm and an eagerness for learning and for seeking out new information and sharing and coming up with creative ideas. So that's what we're really looking for. And then we have a draft timeline. So we're talking about doing outreach in the next few months, really going out to a lot of groups to kind of get on people's agenda and just give a little pitch, 5 minutes, let people know what this committee is and encourage people to spread the word for recruitment. And then open up an application window in the summer so people will be able to have a nice long time to read the application form and write really, really thoughtful answers to the short answer questions. And then review and selection in the early fall. And then you'll notice November, December is orientation and training, and that's going to be really important for this committee. We really want to make sure this committee is well supported and trained to really dig in and hit the ground running when the comprehensive plan becomes effective. Because, again, we're not asking anybody who comes to have specific experience. We don't need them to memorize the zoning code. Some of them will probably need a lot of extra orientation and support to really be able to chew into the issues. So we stand ready to provide that orientation and training. So that is our draft timeline that we're working with, and then I'd just like to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Go ahead, Maggie.
You said represent at least one community. What did you mean by community? Just like arts community or racial demographic, like
the code language is pretty not specific about that.
Okay.
We want to make sure that we're bringing in a lot of people with a lot of diverse experiences. What we wanted to really get at with that question is just making sure that there's somebody, that people feel a connection to some group of people, but we're leaving it open to people to identify what they consider to be a community.
Okay. And I assume you're already reaching out to people on the DCL, like the DCLs. So the Coalition of Communities of Color actually there's like 7 leadership development programs.
Yeah.
So I would recommend reaching out there too. There's 100 leaders that graduate every year.
Yeah, and I think that kind of those leadership development programs, of which there are a lot of really great ones around the city, I think that would be a really fruitful place to be doing some recruitment. So yes.
Go ahead.
Do you have a target size for the committee?
The city code language says 5 to 12. The goal is to start on the small end of that, because I think this is a brand new committee, which is terrifying and exciting. But I think that there'll be an opportunity as the committee kind of gets going to see what kinds of skills and experiences and roles do we need to add on to the committee as it grows. So we want to start small. With that said, I mean, if 12 fantabulous people applied, it would be hard to winnow it down. But the aim is to aim on the smaller end at the beginning.
I want to thank you. This was a big part of the comp plan in getting through, and Howard Shapiro really led this effort. I would look forward to, once you have a group, bringing them back to us, and so we can see who it is. And I just think it's a great part of the comp plan process. Thank you.
To that, I noticed on your draft interest form here, I think it's the 3rd paragraph, it says the CIC may also periodically report to the Planning and Sustainability Commission. I guess I'd love to hear it say will. So that they can come back and we can, hear periodic updates as to how their work's going and the challenges that they're having, or and even better, the successes that they're having.
I think the expectation is to definitely have that close relationship, not only with PSC, but also with PIAC as well, and sort of to be actively communicating with the different groups.
I thought that was perfect. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you very much for your time. Exciting. We're excited for your exciting work. I'm glad
Well,
you're,
everybody should be
yeah, I love the
excited.
energy. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Sally. You think we can do this? Next up is the Central City 2035. Hopefully, this is the final work session. And so we've got some periodic moments where I have to step out. I believe is the plan, Chris, for you to kind of take over as chair at that moment, and you're going to help remind me, Sally, when I need to recuse myself?
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Thank you, Commission. This is our 7th work session on Central City 2035, and perhaps our last one, other than the session we have planned for April 11th, which is to bring everything together. Sorry, is that better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you just got to stay close to it.
I'll stay close to the mic. Okay. This is our 7th work session, and it's perhaps our last one. We do plan to come back to you on April 11th with kind of a consolidated guide to the work that you've done, so that hopefully you can take a vote to recommend the plan as amended to the City Council. So today we have several items related to bonus and transfer, master plan, and FAR. You should have received your packet in the mail a while ago. We have a number of items that have been tagged for discussion for each of those. Those are up on the screen. There's just been one addition since your packet was mailed out, and that is for Commissioner Talmadge wanted to talk about item I-30 as part of that first bundle. So we've added that to the agenda. Are there any other items that commission members would like to pull for discussion? And as always, items that are not tagged for discussion will be considered approved by consent at the end of the meeting.
Jeff, it looks like you're searching.
Trying to figure out what I marked on there, but why don't you start forward, Sally, and
Okay. Okay, Rachel's up first with bonuses and transfers.
Good afternoon. Rachel Hoy with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And the packets that I'm going to be taking you through, the decision tables, are your decision table Q, which is labeled bonus and transfers, decision table I, which is labeled basically integrating inclusionary housing into the plan district, and then decision table I part 4 is master plan specific, and then you have a cable K, which is a one item that's been a carryover item related to FAR.
Rachel, you're also going to have to
speak
get
up
that microphone
close.
closer to you if you can. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
I know it's hard to speak over a jackhammer, but if you could try.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I will. Okay, so I'm going to be pretty much following the, one of the handouts you received in your packet was actually a summary of our bonus and transfer system. And it was the first couple pages, and it took you through a background on the bonus and transfer system, the inclusionary housing program. I kind of refresh your memory on some of what was approved there, and then integrating it into the Central City Plan District. So I'm going to be following that through the PowerPoint. So if there's any information that you may have read that I'm not referencing, please let me know. So a little bit of background. As you all are familiar with our bonus and transfer system as it exists today, we have 19 bonuses and 5 transfers, used many times since 2005 through 14, 43 times to be exact. The most popular being the eco-roof bonus, bike locker room bonus, and residential was by far the most popular. And transfers, the historic resource transfer, and the ability to transfer within a project, most widely used. Through the proposed draft, we put forward to prioritize affordable housing with 2 new affordable housing bonuses. And then we had some other kind of more specialized bonuses that we put forward that were specific to certain areas of town. The new riverfront open space bonus that just applies along the riverfront, industrial ground floor space bonus just in the IG1, and then a set of bonuses that just apply to South Waterfront, focusing on greenway and open space development. On the transfer systems, we propose to prioritize the historic resource transfer, and with that use of that transfer, which is available throughout the central city, it also focused on requiring seismic upgrades, in addition to providing to historic resources an additional 3-to-1 of FAR to help incent preservation and help with the upgrades to those historic resources. And we also proposed the creation of a new transfer within a subdistrict. And that's very much like the existing transfer within a project, but we've expanded it to the ability to transfer within a subdistrict within the central city. This next slide, I wanted to give you a little background on the testimony that we received as it relates to bonuses and transfers, and this relates to Table Q in your packet. We didn't check any of the items in Table Q for discussion, but I just wanted to give you just a quick overview of some of the testimony that we heard and the discussion items that are in that Table Q. We heard from people that the percent for art was a bonus that we should hold on to. It's been used by commercial projects in the central city. We also heard the eco-roof bonus was one that should be maintained. We heard interest in creating some new bonuses around tree planting, structured parking, creating a new bonus for the Willamette River, a fund that people could pay into. We had some interest in requests to revise the riverfront open space bonus that we've proposed, to add some elements to that bonus that would provide FAR if access to the river could be provided. There was some interest in the industrial space bonus and providing more ability to expand that for uses such as retail. And we also heard some comments from people on the ability to, or actually to remove the ability to bonus and transfer within historic districts. Okay. The next item that I wanted to go over with you, this is just a refresher on quick refresher on the inclusionary housing program and what was approved. And then the next step is I'll go into how we propose to integrate that into the plan district, and that's where I will be actually telling you items that we have been flagged for discussion within the tables. So the inclusionary housing program, there are 2 ways that we have seen changes through Title 33 of the zoning code as well as the housing code and Title 30. We have a new chapter in the zoning code, and that is the inclusionary housing program is triggered with new units of residential units, 20 or more units would trigger the program. That includes, in the zoning code, we have rates, inclusion rates, and affordability levels. And those, as you may recall, are 20% of units at 80% MFI, 10% units at 60% MFI. We have FAR and height bonuses, which we'll talk a little bit more about, but in the Central City, it's up to 3-to-1. If you trigger the inclusionary housing program, you're eligible for 3-to-1 of FAR bonus. And within Title 30, that's where we find all the information that relates to the types of additional incentives that are available. The in-lieu fee, and an in-lieu fee which will be updated and calculated every couple of years, but that fee is located there. There are off-site options for projects that would like to build projects not in the building that triggers the program, but to build at another location, and as well as other elements in Title 30 related to how the program will be administered. For the Central City, the way that this will be applied, it's by base FAR. So for projects with a base FAR above 5-to-1, you've seen this table before, but I guess the key elements here that I would just like to point out is, as I already mentioned, the density bonus of 3-to-1 is what a project is eligible for if they trigger the affordable housing. And there's a 10-year property tax exemption on all residential units. And so the key here is that it's really focused on all residential units for that 10-year property tax exemption, and then on affordable units for some of the other, like the CET and SDC waivers. The other point for FARs that are below 5-to-1, the main difference is that it's on only the affordable units. So the 10-year property tax exemption is just only on the affordable units. This is just a slide to, as I mentioned, that there are off-site options that are available. And I think the key takeaway here is that it's just deeper affordability that's required and more total units. And one element that I think is important to the Central City that was added to the program at Council through an amendment is that sites that don't trigger the inclusionary housing program may use the historic resource transfer or the affordable housing fund. You have a choice. If you're not going to trigger affordable housing, if you're, for example, an all-commercial building, you have the option of using the historic resource transfer or paying into the housing fund. Okay. So this is where we'll start to talk about some of the individual items that were checked for discussion. So this is your Table I, Part 3. So this first item, I just wanted to point out that, so today, with the affordable housing bonus approved through the inclusionary housing program, each project would earn 3-to-1 FAR, as I mentioned. This would be floor area equal to 3 times the area of the entire site. This would be hard for larger sites because we would be multiplying the project's, the maximum amount of FAR by the total site size. So what we've proposed to do here is a change to make sure that it's structured we're proposing to structure it very similar to the way the residential bonus is structured today. So for each square foot that is committed to a residential use, you would earn a square foot of bonus floor area, up to a maximum FAR of 3-to-1. So are there any questions about that before I go on? Just I want to make sure we understand the distinction we're trying to make.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yeah.
And I'm a little confused. I haven't thought this all the way through, so help me think this through. As IZ was passed, the discussion was in terms of units, not square footage. So if I'm building 100 units of housing and I have to do 20% affordable, that means I build 20 affordable units that meet the affordable unit benchmarks, I get a 3-to-1 FAR bonus. But this seems to be converting that unit calculation. So again, just to repeat, I build 20 affordable units, I get 3 to 1. Now, instead of looking at my 20 units, you're going to look at my square footage. Might that not result in a different amount of bonus? In other words, help me think this through, because it seems like you're changing slightly the calculation, and I want to be sure, since there was so much angst and energy put into every aspect of IH, that we're not doing what we think is a reasonable implementation, but we're actually changing a substantive component of the IH program. So help me think this through.
Right. So I don't think this isn't a big change for like our smaller projects that earn like your 20,000 square foot, 40,000 square foot. The main thing we're trying to do here is let's take like one of our master plan sites, a huge site that's going to have multiple buildings on it. If that first building comes in, and let's say it's a 5-acre site, and that first building triggers the inclusionary housing program, then they get 3 to 1. 3 to 1. They would be 3 to 1 for the site. So you'd be multiplying 3 times however many square feet in that 5 acres. So, and that site, but then the next project that comes in, if it's also an affordable housing project, they again will receive 3 to 1 based on the site area, as opposed to, we're trying to hone it in on the project itself, by project providing the 3 to 1 bonus based on what's happening in the building.
So I get that concern, large site, and we have some proposals specific to master plans. But let's take how this works with a 20,000 square foot site. And I didn't have time to mock up some examples. So maybe this is something we need to come back to, because I'm not yet sure we haven't changed the bonus. So I have a 20,000 square foot site, and Kat helped me, so I'm going to do 100 units. How many square feet I'm measuring? It says, so for every square foot of housing,
Committed to
I
residential.
earn the
right. Mm-hmm.
3 to 1, a commensurate 3 to 1 bonus, a bonus of 1 square foot.
I don't think it's changed, Jeff.
Right.
Okay.
Because I think if I'm following what you're asking, it's always been about FAR as the bonus was written,
Right.
not about units. It's just the units triggers that now you go into, now you're required to hit the affordable housing, the
Well,
IH.
is it possible, though, if I do 20% of my units, 100-unit building, 20% are affordable, I get a 3 to 1 FAR bonus. But now we're going to measure, and suppose it turns out my square footage doesn't quite get me to 3 to 1, gets me to 2.5 to 1, because I have smaller units, or it's a smaller building. So is there I don't know if this is theoretically possible, that I thought I did 20 affordable units, I automatically get 3 to 1, but now I have to go through a square footage counting exercise, and it may not, is it possible it may not get me to 3 to 1?
I just want to clarify, the way it was in the inclusionary housing, it's 3 to 1 on residential units, residentially used square feet, which is what we're tracking here.
We're trying, for each square foot committed to residential. So it's not just the affordable, what we're proposing here.
Right.
It's on all residential.
So the way it went into the inclusionary housing program is the way this describes. So you get your 3 to 1, and the 20% of, and if the ground floor is a podium commercial and the rest of the building's residential, you get the 3 to 1 on the rest of the building, not the ground floor podium, but that's how it was written into the inclusionary housing program that was adopted by City Council. So it really doesn't change that deal at all, and it doesn't change the assumptions that were used to run the numbers about the value of the bonuses.
So I'll still earn, regardless of the square footage of my housing component, I'm going to get, is it 3 to 1 FAR in the site, or is it 3 to 1 FAR on the built housing?
It's on housing, correct?
Yes.
Are we positive on that? That the bonus FAR, as written through IH, was only on the residential. That's new to me. And then how does that work if you're a commercial office building and you're trying to buy the FAR for the affordable housing when you have no housing? So something seems not connecting there. Thank you, Tyler.
So the way that the bonus was before, if you trigger 20 units or more, you are automatically granted access to the full 3-to-1 bonus, is how it was originally written.
Which was 3-to-1 on the site.
On the site, right.
Correct.
Which is why this fix is occurring for the large, specifically for the large sites, because of the additional FAR that you can get on these large sites if you have multiple projects on the same site.
But the code doesn't say that, but we can come back.
The code doesn't say that, you're right. The issue, Jeff, I think that you're asking, is there a situation where you could build, say you're in a 5-to-1 base FAR, and you trigger the requirement, but you have 4-to-1 FAR of commercial? There is a situation where you might not be able to get the full 3-to-1 FAR because you only have, say, 2-to-1 FAR, 2.5-to-1 FAR in residential use. But it's going to be a small number of projects that have a mix of commercial. It's a commercial residential mixed project that has a higher commercial component.
Which, that to me, for what it's worth, seems problematic.
Yeah, can I follow up? And having reviewed this over the weeks here, it didn't sink into me this way. So here's the question. 3-to-1 in the discussions we were having up to now was 3-to-1 on the site. So there's a site of land, and it didn't matter for a building that's on a single site how much residential you have. It's 3-to-1 on the site. So that hasn't really changed in terms of how the inclusionary housing thinks of calculating the FAR.
So a proposal back, could you not say once the 3-to-1's been earned on the site, it can't be earned again, but it can be moved around the site? So basically, I've got a 5-acre site. I do my first project. I build one big building in the middle of a 5-acre site. I get my bonus FAR, 3-to-1, and I now have 3-to-1 for this entire site. How I decide to move that FAR around is like a master plan concept, is my business, but I don't get to keep earning it with every project.
Okay. Can I respond, Kat?
Yeah.
I think we're confusing two different issues here. One is, what are we going to do with large master plan sites, which you guys are now proposing are basically 4 blocks or larger? And so we're going to address that later. We've got some provisions talking about how IH will apply in a large master plan. So let's put that aside. Now we're just talking about, we're not a large site. It's a
Yeah, and I guess I wasn't confusing him, Jeff. What I
Okay.
was saying is you can solve what your concern is with this concept of you earn the FAR per site, which is what I think the intent originally was. We leave it that way, which is not tied to units. It's not tied to what your use is. It's just I have a 200 by 200 block.
Right.
I get 3-to-1 FAR.
Right.
Not about residential use or mixed use or anything like that. And so the problem is now you got to solve the master plan or the big
Right.
sites.
But I don't think the proposed code language does what you just said. It does something
Correct.
different.
It's tying
This
it to
does
residential
something
use,
different.
which is problematic, I think.
Well, more importantly, I think we're shifting a little bit what at least the expectation was in IH. And so I just want to be sure it's been sort of carefully
Yeah, we need
thought
to go
through.
back and confirm that. And if we could do it today, that would be great. Then we can maybe get through the work session and come back to this. But otherwise, we'll do it the next one.
Yeah, because I'd like a
'Cause
chance to really
the
think
gist
it
of it
through
is,
better than I have.
and I want to make sure, because actually, like I say, I've been part of reviewing this and it didn't sink in. There has been no change in the IH program vis-a-vis, all it says is that if you meet the criteria of the program, you get 3-to-1. And 3-to-1 in the zoning code is calculated on site. So if outside of a master plan area, 3-to-1 on a single site is 3-to-1 on the site. And it's not necessarily it's not really related to the amount of square feet dedicated to residential uses. So we would just need, this is not correct for that kind of situation. And when we get to the master plan one, we solved it differently, which is, and we can talk about that one at that time. Does this make sense, you all? Do we need to confirm that about how the IH program talks about.
I'll go work through a couple scenarios.
Well, it's mostly just what's in the code. And if it is in the code that way that I just described, I bet we just don't need this amendment. I bet the way it's in our code now is probably works.
Or if there's confusion, then we
Right.
do need a code to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, the only other point I was going to make, and maybe Tyler can take a quick look at this, is maybe a compromise or a slightly different approach here is basing it on above 40,000 square feet. So a block, if we base it on your site area, you get 3 to 1. But we try and separate the larger sites.
But why? So I have a large site in South Waterfront. Why does it get penalized and not get the full 3 to 1 versus a regular sized block in South Waterfront?
And I was just thinking about in terms of those larger sites when you're going to have more than one building, and each of them triggering the 3 to 1, or projects that are in multiple ownership, that the first project got the 3 to 1, another project that's in a different ownership then doesn't have access to that 3 to 1. So then they might have to buy it from, so I guess that's just something we need to consider.
I think that's a situation worth addressing, but I'm not sure your proposal of how to address it is the best way. I mean, I think if you have a large enough site, you don't qualify for master planning, you're not that big, but you're building more than one building, I would like to see some flexibility in how you can handle it, because I think you could maximize sort of efficient.
If it's in different ownership, isn't it a different site then? Are you more concerned about the fact that it was one site, somebody earns it, and then divides it up into different ownerships?
Right.
Okay.
I think more concerned if, it is one site, and then you've got a situation that after the master plan process, pieces are then sold, and you then have new ownership.
Okay. Well, we'll have to come back to that.
Yeah,
with
we
maybe
have
the
to come
master
back
plan
to
piece.
this.
Okay. So the next item here, these are items 33 and 34 on Table I. This deals with the North Pearl.
So I need to make a disclosure here. I own a single condominium unit, which is a rental property in the North Pearl. Having consulted both with the city attorney and state ethics commission staff, determined that if there is a conflict of interest, it's only a potential conflict of interest, which I am required to disclose but don't have to recuse myself. And in fact, because there are several hundred other people who are condo owners in this area, I probably don't have a particular conflict of interest. So I may choose to participate in the discussion.
So I think if the commissioners don't mind, what I might do, while these are two separate items, they're connected to the same area in the North Pearl. I'd like to review both items, and then I'll come back around to each one, and we can then answer questions on each of them. So with the integration of the inclusionary housing program, there have also, we feel this has created some opportunities to revisit the Central City and specifically related to FAR. And one of our proposals is to increase the base FAR in the North Pearl, and I'll be showing you a map here on the next slide in this specific area, increasing the FAR from 4 to 1 to 5 to 1. And then the second, and that's item 33, and then the item 34 is related, similar area. We're proposing to set heights at 350. It's always been an area that is unlimited height within the North Pearl, but both the FAR and the height have been very tied to existing bonuses and transfers that are available within the North Pearl. Those are proposed for elimination, and we're going to a new set of bonuses that focus on affordable housing. In this area, the same bonuses would apply. So we're proposing to make these changes. That's one of the reasons. So one of the things that I would say about the North Pearl area is the increase in base FAR from 5 to 1 to 4 to 1, we feel could do a couple of things, helping to increase the density goals for this area. It would also make this area eligible for a different incentive program through the inclusionary housing, and making and encouraging more affordable housing within this area. This is the area that we're talking specifically about, that you see shaded on the right would be the area to go to 5 to 1 within what's been called the North Pearl sub-area. And then you can see the map on the left is what's in the proposed draft at 4 to 1. And then the next item, same related area in the North Pearl called the sub-area. The height that we're proposing is to set this area at, I should probably use the pointer here. Many of these areas have been unlimited height. And like I mentioned, they were tied to that unlimited height was available if the bonuses within under the current system that dealt with building compatible family housing and using a specific historic resource transfer that was designed for this Pearl District area were used. We're proposing that we eliminate those bonuses. This area will be eligible for the same set of bonuses that everybody else will. So they will have access to the affordable housing bonus. We've redesigned the historic resource transfer, so it's no longer a historic resource transfer that's just focused on this area. It is now available across the central city. And the heights in this particular area, as I'm pointing out here, the unlimited areas, the proposal is to take those to 350. Aligning that with an increase in FAR of 5 to 1. That is in terms of the scale of development, with the size of some of the lots that are remaining, which are larger within the Pearl District, as an FAR that will work better with those heights. We haven't seen within the Pearl District anything developing over 350 feet. That's typically what we've seen and less. And we feel leaving the heights at this unlimited level kind of sets up an unrealistic expectation of where buildings could get to, as we've seen that most have been capped at right around 325 to 350. And I will say that the one thing we are proposing to maintain that's part of the existing code within these areas where the height was proposed for unlimited, there are building and massing standards. So if you exceed your base height and you're heading into the bonus height, you do have to meet certain additional requirements to ensure that there's light and air and different building and massing requirements that we would propose would still continue to apply. So that's a little bit on both the North Pearl FAR going from 4 to 1 to 5 to 1 and this proposal to also look at this area at removing the unlimited height and placing the height at 350. So I'm going to go back to the slide now on, I'll leave it here on the FAR change and then open it up for questions and discussion. Jeff?
I had a question, and it had to do with the height and changing the height. So you may want to switch to your other slide.
Well, can we take this one first and then go to the
Oh,
height?
okay, I'm sorry.
Are you okay with that?
Sure,
Okay.
sure, absolutely, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll leave it here for a
I'm
moment.
going to join you on the height discussion.
Okay.
Any questions on, this is increasing the FAR from a base of 4 to 1 to a base of 5 to 1? I don't think there's any questions. Do we want to take a straw poll on that one? Yeah, go ahead. Maggie and then Teresa, sorry.
It's about the amendments that went through, City Council. Was there a proposal to add anything related to family-sized units? Okay, just checking. I thought I saw that come through Novick.
Well, there was in IH.
Yeah,
There was not an I.
but it didn't pass. Maybe it was proposed but not passed.
No, I thought he had, Tyler?
Yeah,
Help?
Thanks. It was on, and I didn't want to bring this up earlier to confuse
Number of
things,
bedrooms.
when Commissioner Bacharach was talking about it, but it's calculating the per square feet of residential floor area so that you can reconfigure the bedrooms to be
I'm sorry, louder,
family-sized
Tyler.
units. So you could reconfigure the bedroom, so you're.
Okay.
We've got the jackhammers, sorry.
Jackhammers, all right. So the amendment at City Council was to calculate your affordability requirement in the inclusionary housing program as a percentage of the units, as well as an option of bedroom count. So if you have 100 total bedrooms, you could configure your inclusionary requirement differently than the exact mix of the units in the building.
So did that pass?
It passed, yes.
So how does that work with the 10 and 20% requirement? You just have to.
It's a percentage of bedrooms at that point.
So that's what the new rule is?
It's either percentage of units or percentage of bedrooms. There's an option in there.
So no bonus, it's just kind of moving around pieces.
If you trigger and you comply, you still have access to the bonus, regardless of how you calculate your compliance in that building.
Make sense? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Teresa?
So I see a little tiny bumpy rectangle of 4-to-1 down there in the left-hand corner. Is there a reason why you just don't make that 5-to-1 and clean it up?
That's part of the historic district.
So any other questions on this item? Do I have motion to move forward with I-33 as staff has proposed?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, one more last chance for discussion. Anything? No? Julie?
Bob?
Oh.
I changed my name.
I was trying to not have the first.
You've asked so many times.
Yes.
Both of you, yes. Okay, back up.
We're going to work on your alphabetizing of thank you, Julie. Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
Whoa.
Again.
Okay.
Yes.
Marcel. Yes. Smith.
Yes.
Talmadge. Yes. Wainwright. Yes. Schultz.
Yes. That passes. So just real clear, are we going to try to, for my own clarity, on I-32, are we going to come back to that, or are we pulling that?
Well, here's what I'd like to propose, is that we're going to bring that back. I believe we don't need an additional meeting. At our next meeting, which is scheduled for you to see the whole package together and vote on that, we will also highlight or bring back a solution to the issue that was raised in our discussion of I-32, because when you do the math, there is an issue there. So we just need to come up with a different way to accomplish that same end. It's a little bit similar to what, it's like what you described, Chair Schultz. You can't double dip, and we have to figure out a means by which, through our system, the way you do it, we can regulate that calculation.
Okay.
So we'll have to bring it back.
Okay.
But we'll do it at that meeting in April.
Perfect. Okay. So now I-34, which is the unlimited height.
Right, so here's that slide. I pulled that back up.
And I know Jeff wanted.
No, I will defer.
Oh, I'll go last. Go ahead. I like going last.
All right.
Maybe I won't have to say
this
anything.
is a little bit more your area of expertise. I guess my concern is, I understand you're saying the unlimited heights, and there's also some 400-foot heights in there. You're not sure they're achievable anymore because we've scaled back some of the bonuses? Is that kind of what led us?
I think, so in part, we're proposing to increase the FAR. we want to be more realistic on the heights. The unlimited, I guess what we've seen in this area has tended to be 325. We don't have anything over the 350. So we're just trying to make the map, I'd say, in part more realistic, and then it will also align with the new structure we're proposing for the bonuses and transfers. That's more of a technical fix than anything else, because of the code language, and attaining this height was very tied to these bonuses that will go away.
I guess I have first of all, we have no public hearing on changing heights. So we do have property owners who are unaware of this and have no opportunity to participate, because we're not doing this in a public hearing. So we are limiting what they thought was their height. And I understand you're saying there's no product type today that's going to get them there. But if that's true, then what's the harm in leaving the map as is? It seems to me we have a map that's got these higher potential heights. I understand the bonuses may make it extremely difficult to actually ever get to those heights. So I haven't heard a rationale for changing what's already out there in the public. That I understand there's sort of a nice technical cleanup by capping them at 350, but we have a map. It's got some 400-foot heights. It's got some unlimited areas. I'm sure anyone developing those sites will understand that doesn't mean they automatically get 400 feet or automatically get unlimited. So I'm not persuaded we need to make this change, particularly without notice to property owners who are in effect getting downzoned. So that's just my sense. I'm not persuaded we have to do this, but I'd be curious to hear what the chair thinks.
Well, I would agree. And first of all, in the West Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee meeting process, heard very strongly from the North Pearl. They want their unlimited heights. They want that ability. They feel the code addressed it through the massing changes, which you actually are then talking about leaving in effect.
Proposing to keep, correct.
So I guess I'm like, I don't know, I haven't heard a great argument for why to not allow it to be unlimited. Like I said, we're leaving the massing requirements in place. I've worked in a lot of jurisdictions with unlimited height, and you just understand as a professional at that point that what's limiting you is FAR. So who cares whether a map says 400, 200, unlimited, because you know that it's FAR that's now limiting you. Combined with today's world, yes, economically, there's some struggles with the taller building heights and the big slenders, but who knows? Maybe the technology is going to change down the line, and it starts making more sense to have, for some reason, a smaller point tower. And if that neighborhood's in support of it and wants it, I guess I don't see any reason not to leave it on the books. Any other comments? Of course, Nicholas.
I just want to, Nicholas Starn, for the record, if you do choose to not take staff recommendations on it, I would suggest that, are you going to show it to him? Okay. I thought they were about to vote.
No, yeah. So I was just, sorry, Nicholas. I was going to make one comment that the map on what's in the proposed draft, we would be returning to this. I guess would be part of my question to you, which we do have 2 view corridors. And these view corridors were set at up to 400. So those would have to be retained. There are 2 views that do go through there. What we were proposing was on this side was simplifying the map. Going to 350, we didn't need to maintain those view corridors through there. That's not what, I'm sorry.
Can I see this? This narrow, we mistakenly applied allowing bonus height in here.
Microphone,
on
please.
this map.
Sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you.
If you choose to not take staff recommendations, I would ask that you consider taking just this part. This here is limiting the height to 100 feet along the extension of what would be 12th Avenue. It's an identified view along 12th Avenue of the Fremont Bridge. We mistakenly, on the proposed draft, allow bonus height in there. We would like to be consistent with existing height limitations along that corridor. I would ask that you consider that.
Okay, that makes sense. Maggie?
Was that
And
one
then
of the
Maggie and then
corridors?
Jeff. Go
Was
ahead.
that one of the corridors we voted on a few months ago to protect?
And that was existing. We. Well, that.
It's in the code now, we
yeah, it's
didn't
in the
change
code.
it.
Yeah.
So it's in the code now, and
right.
unfortunately, in the previous mapping, we didn't
We forgot
reflect
to.
the recognition
Yes, we
of
were
it.
So that's why we
reflect
didn't
it.
just-
Does anyone in the public know that that's a view corridor?
And Maggie,
It's
if
an
you could use your
established one now.
microphone, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, they do. It is today, it's a view street, and that, what you're seeing on the map on the right side is what is in the code today, that 100-foot limitation. And our scenic resource work says to keep it. We just mistakenly left it off the map in the proposed draft, so we're asking, what Nicholas was saying is we would ask that we put that back on and keep that. So yeah, people are aware of that one. That was actually reaffirmed during the Pearl work, that they want that view. Yeah.
Jeff?
No, I just had the exact same concern, Maggie. I just want to make sure no property owner is going to get blindsided by this change. So if you're giving us that assurance, then thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
So in the end, to be consistent with the discussion we've had here so far, the map that we would like to just get a commission vote on would be like the map on the left side, plus the addition of this view corridor that we left out.
On 12th.
Yeah.
Perfect. Any discussion? No more discussion? Okay, Julie?
Yes.
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 I just want to be clarified that we're voting on, I know we said this, but basically retaining the map.
Correct.
And then adding the view corridor.
Yes.
Then I will say yes. Just want to be clear. Okay.
Okay, the next item up for discussion is item 35, which is River Place. And
At this point, I will recuse myself.
It's I-35.
it's item I-35. Okay. So similar to the discussion we had for the North Pearl, city staff took a look around the central city at areas that were currently FAR base of 4 to 1. And aside from the North Pearl, another area that we felt we wanted to consider for an increase to a base FAR of 5 to 1 is the River Place area. And I'll show you a map here shortly of the area that includes. Some of the reasons behind increasing the FAR here, the Planning and Sustainability Commission in November looked at this area and increased building heights. And so this would be an opportunity to kind of right-size the FAR with the building heights that you've tentatively approved, as well as I would support the scale of development that we think we will see here in this area. It is a key redevelopment site and would certainly encourage more residential development, and with this increase to 5 to 1 would make the site eligible for a different inclusionary housing package, and certainly would then make it more eligible for affordable, we'd see more affordable housing. As well as this site is in close proximity to the riverfront, and we think would help activate the Willamette River. So here is the site, and this is just to remind PSC members, here is the area where the PSC voted to increase heights. If you remember, we didn't increase any of the base heights, but we increased bonus height. And this is the area here in red. The one area that we have not, there was no height increase as you approach the river. This remained 125. So then the area that we're proposing to go to 5-1 looks like this. So it was that same area, but it excludes the area as you approach the river, which would remain at 4-1 is the proposal. And I will leave it there for questions.
So just to be clear, Rachel, so we're proposing changing the FAR and staying within the height envelope that the commission already has discussed and that we had public hearings on, and so that part of the proposal does not change.
That's correct.
So the urban design, the physical sort of mass and the limitations of that have been discussed and vetted with the public, and the 5-1 just gives us the opportunity to potentially get more affordable housing on the site.
So there's a discontinuity in the Greenway through there. I mean, it's basically been privatized. It's always been a point of contention in some people's minds anyway. Is there an opportunity here to maybe recapture the Greenway through that area? We're talking about River Place where you had to walk your bike and tables.
Well, as I recall, I think we discussed that the last time we discussed this, and the commission didn't act to do anything, and I can't remember the full breadth of that discussion,
So are you, you're talking about probably, there was a discussion, and Commissioner Smith, you may be able to help me with this. We did have quite a bit of discussion with PBOT about changing some classifications in that area. And I believe that's right, Joe, the commission decided not to move forward.
Specifically at the bicycle classifications, right. But I think Commissioner Houck's question is about the Greenway itself, not, you know, the character as a retail promenade as opposed to more of a traditional Greenway design.
Well, I'll just express my interest that we should be looking at that as an opportunity.
So you looking for a value capture opportunity to rebuild that area? Or? Teresa?
Actually, I just want to look at this map.
Oh, well, could you put the other one back? Because
sorry.
looking at the shape of the 5-1 area, so before it was 4-1 because it's all, instead of 6-1 because it's part of one site, or, I mean, it's a weird shape and there's a natural line that's not being followed.
So we've tried to follow the lines of property lines. So the difference, the main difference, I would say, there's two here between what we've drawn here at 5-1 and then the this area. What we haven't included is this. Part of that is we approach the river. We've tried to maintain kind of our step down to the river, and we did not increase heights, did not propose increases in this section. So we were proposing to leave that at 4-1, and then the remaining area to go to 5-1. And so if we look back at.
So why wouldn't we just make it 6-1 with the same heights? So then there's not another little carve out.
I see, you mean the carve out in that section there.
You know, the 4-1 part and the 6-1 part with the height controls.
I think part of our interest, if we look back at the heights here, that and the size of the lots that we have, an increase from 4-1 to 5-1, we feel is an appropriate increase. We modeled this area. We did our transportation modeling based on a base plus bonus, and so that one increase of 1-to-1 FAR increase, we feel comfortable that that's not going to have an impact on the transportation system. And it aligns, that increase to 5-to-1 does align with the heights that are being proposed.
What are the heights immediately to the west?
I'm sorry?
What are the heights immediately to the west of this area?
Yeah,
in that area.
I can look that up for you. I have my draft, but I think they are higher. They
Right.
gradually get into the 200,
The
250.
6-to-1 matches to higher heights.
Yes,
than
it
we're
does.
proposing 5-to-1.
That's correct.
And I might have missed it. Why not 4-to-1, at least to the south? You're leaving it at 4-to-1 just to the south of your area. I'm just wondering.
So in this area here,
Yeah,
why
it looked
leave?
like there's a lot of undeveloped area there. Why not go 5-to-1?
So this area actually it's already been, and through the proposed draft, was at 2-to-1 and was proposed to raise to 4-to-1. And some of this is also an increase in this area here to even higher to 6-to-1. So we have through the proposed draft and testimony, and we have increased, and through the quadrant planning that is already, and this area has generally received an increase and increases in height.
So you're just concerned about public reaction to bumping it up? Or?
I think that we'd also have to take a look at, we've done our transportation analysis. I think with each additional incremental increase, that's certainly something we can look at. We would probably want to look at the transportation impacts.
Is South Waterfront outside the MMA?
No, it's within the MMA.
It's part of the MMA?
Yes, the entire Central City. That's correct.
So I thought those kind of careful calibrations are no longer relevant.
They will still be relevant. I mean, PBOT, so the Department of Transportation, Oregon Department of Transportation is most concerned about safety as they approach the ramps. PBOT will still look closely at internal links of the city and how increases in uses and our jobs and residential are allocated across the city. So that will still be something that they'll look at closely and will have to mitigate for through projects. So there'll still be modeling that's done.
The big difference is that ODOT, its jurisdiction and concerns have been changed, but the PBOT at the local street grid level can still look at congestion and safety. And we just haven't modeled it for that largest an expansion. And actually, for both of these, we're within the margins of what we see in the traffic modeling we've already done. So that's why we thought that these, and PBOT supported that these were acceptable.
So the difference in kind of massing between 4-to-1, 5-to-1, and 6-to-1, can you describe what that might look like? Because I know there's a difference, and I'm just not visualizing, given the height.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, we're adding a good amount of flexibility to these sites. When we set our heights at 200 to 250, 300 with a 6-to-1 FAR versus 125, 150, and a 4-to-1, depending on the site size, there's a lot of flexibility in what they're going to be able to do with that FAR to attain those heights. And again, we're not really sure what properties here. There could be room to consolidate. So you could end up with some larger sites that could have a totally different massing and urban design for these areas.
But the policy change here will be the IH bonusing available, right?
Correct.
So we feel like in the central city, the more of this direction we can go to, away from the 4-to-1 is good. And given the level of transportation analysis that we've done, we were comfortable with these two proposals. Also, it opens it up to the part of the inclusionary housing program that we feel is more likely to see that additional floor area used, and thereby being used, produce affordable housing or resources for affordable housing. So we were looking for this kind of sweet spot, honestly, where it made sense. We were comfortable enough with the transportation impacts. We think we can get more out of it for affordable housing, and we think that because of the heights that we've set up in the analysis we've done so far, we can't say exactly how it'll get built out, but that there is a comfortable, workable form that we'll get out of it as well.
Mike?
Yeah, in addition to transportation impact concerns, I'm looking at the aerial photo, and I thought there's a lot of parkland right there, and in the 4-to-1 area, I'm assuming that might have had some bearing in terms of how far you wanted to go on FAR, right?
And
it's not just a
that's correct.
transportation question.
That's a really good point, and I think along our waterfront, a lot of the area ranges from 2-to-1 to 4-to-1 for that reason. I mean,
Right.
we stepped down our FARs and heights to the riverfront.
Yeah, because that's all parkland in there, a lot of it.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Julie?
Yes.
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 Yes. All right. Kat, wherever you are, you can come back, but let's keep moving.
So the next item that we have here, Commissioner Talmadge asked that we add to the discussion item 30. So this, and this is in your, on your table I, part 3. And the main thing here, there are some things that we've had to do to update the plan district to integrate the inclusionary housing program. This is more kind of technical fixes, but I wanted to describe one of these that Commissioner Talmadge brought up. The code that you received, the proposed draft, was really provisional. We had to wait to see what IH, what the inclusionary housing would look like, and we would need to make these changes. One of them being a change that we had in the proposed draft, a set of priorities on how you could earn FAR. So we needed to change that to prioritize affordable housing. So the biggest change that I would just run through is that affordable housing anywhere in the central city, if you trigger it, meaning you have 20 units or more, you trigger affordable housing, you're going to get 3-to-1 FAR. That becomes the priority for in the bonus system. If you're a non-residential project, you have a choice. So a non-residential project could choose the affordable, pay into the Affordable Housing Fund. You could use the historic resource transfer, and then there's some specialized bonuses. So for example, the riverfront open space. If you're a riverfront property, you could go there first. After that first 3-to-1, that is when you gain access to the transfer within a sub-district. So the main, we were just calling it a technical fix, but we needed to change the priority system that we had given you in the proposed draft to prioritize affordable housing. And Commissioner Talmadge had pointed out, if you're not a residential project, or let's say you don't build 20 units, but you build 10, but you still don't trigger the affordable housing bonus, what about just being able to use the voluntary program and still build units that are affordable within your building? And the Housing Bureau, that is something that was talked about during the inclusionary housing process. The Housing Bureau would prefer that those sites actually pay into the Affordable Housing Fund so that they have the fund that then they can develop a site that has more affordable units. It's easier administratively for them to manage that. So multiple sites that don't trigger the requirement, but where there may be 1 or 2 or fewer affordable units around town would be very hard for them to manage. So their preference was that for non-residential, paying into the fund be the option that they would go to. So I'll just, that was, I think, the main question, but Commissioner Talmadge, if you have.
Yeah, I think just from from how I initially read it, it was within the South Waterfront. If nothing is technically triggered, but say someone wants a 3-to-1 bonus, the priority within South Waterfront is the Greenway expansion.
That's right. So the difference with South Waterfront is that because the 2002 South Waterfront plan set up priorities for that area. And in South Waterfront, if you don't trigger the affordable housing, well, let's start with, if you do trigger the affordable housing, if you build more than 20 units or more, South Waterfront is just like any other subdistrict. You will trigger mandatory and you have access to the 3-to-1 FAR. If you don't trigger the affordable housing, there are then priorities within South Waterfront. If you're on the Greenway, you need to go to the Greenway bonus first. After that, there are open space bonuses that are available. So the way what staff has proposed, we've proposed to maintain that special set of bonuses for South Waterfront because they're also tied to priorities for that area and development agreements that are in place. And so it seemed logical to always have affordable housing as the priority. In South Waterfront, they just have then these other set of bonuses that they go to after.
Mike?
Yeah, and I have a heartburn over affordable housing being the priority in this case, but I'm not going to contest that. But having spent 5 years on developing the package that represents South Waterfront, if there isn't a trigger, I would be very concerned, having been participated in that process with many, many other people, that the Greenway somehow not be recognized as an important objective.
Go ahead, Maggie.
I have a point. Maybe I'm getting things confused. Is a Greenway and the Green Loop the same thing?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I ended up getting myself confused too. So if I'm not in South Waterfront, so I'm not in South Waterfront, and I'm not doing a residential project, and I want FAR, are we saying your first 2-to-1 has to be? No. So walk me through what I have to do if I want to get my options for getting more FAR. I'm non-residential.
Right, and so that 2-to-1 was kind of part of what was in the proposed draft,
Okay, so
but
that's
that
what
was
we're
just
changing.
kind of provisional, and we needed to see what IH was going to
Gotcha,
look
okay.
like. So with the inclusionary housing program, you're given, you trigger affordable housing, you immediately earn the 3-to-1.
Okay,
But you're non-residential.
I'm non-residential.
So
I'm a
you're
commercial.
non-residential, you have options. There isn't a first priority. You can pay into the Affordable Housing Fund if you want to. You can use the historic resource transfer.
I think the language today does say you have to do affordable first and then transfer. I just was reading the code like yesterday, and maybe I'm remembering it wrong or I understood it
I
wrong.
thought that was a concern we heard raised months ago.
Well, this is a proposal. So
an office
based
building,
on,
for example,
Yeah.
an office building wants FAR. I believe at least today's code language on today's current code says you do the Affordable Housing Fund first, and then you can trigger the other bonuses or use the transfer.
So there was an amendment to the inclusionary housing program at council that would allow, if you're a commercial project, so no residential, that you can access the historic resource transfer. You don't have to go to the affordable housing first.
That's pending at council now?
No, it was approved. So that was part of the inclusionary housing program.
So that they're of equal priority
Correct, if you're commercial.
for commercial. But a transfer is still a tertiary, is a secondary option.
Well, the historic resource transfer could be, again, that could be your first choice, or you could pay into the fund, the Affordable Housing Fund.
That's why I'm
You're
just
right.
buying it.
Actually, it's exactly how it reads today. I was thinking it was what I was spitting out at you just a second ago with my words, but no, I was surprised. You're right. That is, you can do either. Right now today, and you're proposing to move forward with that.
Yes,
Okay.
we're proposing to
So
keep
you have to get your
keep
first
that.
3-to-1 from one of those two, historic or affordable.
Correct. Now,
And a
unless
transfer within the sub-district is after.
after 3-1. That's right. Now, the only other thing I was going to add, and there are very few of these properties, but if you're one of those specialty properties, or I shouldn't say specialty properties, but a unique situation where you're a riverfront property, you could go to the riverfront open space bonus first. But there are very few of those. Yeah, and that they wouldn't necessarily get them the FAR that they would need, because it's a bonus that's structured. You step back, you get a certain amount of FAR. So they have to step back from the river. So they would probably then be accessing other bonuses as well. So these two items, the item 30 and 31, they were not checked for discussion, but because Commissioner Talmadge, I don't know if you need to take any sort of motion on those, or we can move forward.
I think so too, and I think everyone's okay, just looking around. I think then we don't need to take a vote. Leave them on
okay.
Leave them on consent without talking? I don't know, it's fine.
So the next item is the Central City Master Plan. And we do have one item checked for discussion on the master plan. This is also Table I, but it's Part 4. So you would have it's a new decision, Table I, Part 4. It should be just one sheet labeled Master Plan Provisions.
And this is the substitute email we got over the weekend?
I'm sorry?
We got an email substitute for that table over the weekend, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And while I only have, I would say, a potential conflict of interest, I just have enough projects that could be that are in process that could be affected down the road on this, that I'm just going to keep it clean and step out on this one as well. Yeah, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you this is just a summary slide of our Central City Master Plan, what's in the proposed draft today. It is a provision that applies to a certain number of sites, and they're shown here on the map, just 5 sites. We're not proposing to increase the number of sites. There is a voluntary program. That is one item that we are proposing to change, I shouldn't say slight increase, but you could enter into a master plan if you're 80,000 square feet. We're proposing to increase that to 160,000 square feet. Some other important elements of the master plan provision, it does provide some flexibility in how you can move floor area around the site. As you're planning the site, you have access to your bonus height. And as I mentioned, there's a voluntary program. So the master plan provision really is all about moving your FAR around to put those building massings together, laying out your open space, figuring out what your pedestrian realm is going to look like, and where your streets and other circulation will be throughout the site. So the one item that we checked for discussion is item 39. And so I'll just tell you briefly, so what this item 39 is, one thing that we would like to clarify in the code is that the master plan boundary, some of these sites are very large, so the boundary of the site, we'd like to define that as the site. So what that means is within a master plan boundary, you may have multiple ownerships, which means you may have multiple sites. Because a site, by definition, site is defined by ownership in our code. So what we're asking here is within the master plan boundary, the boundary is considered our site. And this would also mean that the inclusionary housing on-site provisions would apply to these projects. And we feel like some of the benefits of this would be the planning for these master plan sites are being done through a land use review in a holistic manner. We're creating an urban design framework for these areas where we're laying out all the building massings, the location of buildings and uses to many extent. Where will we have our campus style development? Where will the residential development be within these large sites? And so we feel like another benefit to this is just adding more flexibility to allow some of these larger facility developments that we could see in the future. I'm going to
So-
leave it at that.
Well,
and then we can
let me
talk
ask a
about this
clarifying
one.
question. So how does that work? Since the buildings are going to develop sequentially on the master plan site, when do you have to build your required affordable component in that sequence?
So there are phasing and timing requirements for affordable housing. I imagine that with those developments, that would be part of, those elements are in Title 30. Those would be part of your development agreements, probably for these larger sites. So the phasing may be, I'm going to ask Tyler, does it vary by project? Or is it 3 years? Okay, so I wanted to confirm, I guess right now in Title 30, the phasing process can take place within a 3-year period.
And who negotiates the development agreement?
I think that would, Joe, the Housing Bureau with.
So this one has 2 development agreements, but for the inclusionary housing program, the determination of conformance with the program and its standards, for size of units and the mix of units and all of that is done through a Bureau of Housing process. Okay. And that's signed off, and that sign-off and the terms of that sign-off become conditions of the permit. And so it doesn't proceed through the land use review downstairs until it's got the affidavit that records the agreement of how it's satisfying the terms of inclusionary housing program.
Questions, comments?
So is this the discussion that Kat was talking about, double dipping because you're going to go to site versus ownership of site?
Can I jump in here?
In terms of inclusionary zoning and attaining the bonus.
Yeah, this is the main reason we went down the path of that first version that we figured out that the math doesn't work on. Imagine the post office site. Okay, the post office site is 9 acres, something like that, and it's going to have a number of buildings on it built over time, and it's going to have streets dedicated and parks dedicated on it too, and that FAR is also counts for your bonus, but has to get allocated amongst all those different building sites, building parcels that aren't divided yet. So when we start that project, it's one big piece of land. It's one site. And then the first building comes in, and it probably would have a building site determined for it. Because of just the practicalities of development, you'd want to own the land, but if it's not clear how all that sort of land division piece will work out for the post office, for instance, a master plan site. So the advantage of a master plan site is that the master plan that is developed has to show the allocation of how the land's going to be used and the allocation of floor area, entitlement within the whole post office area to each of those building sites. So we'll have that figured out with and without the inclusionary housing bonus as part of the master plan. But we need to fix the code to be able to deal with the double dip problem, which is until we have, we just need to make sure that it's clear that there's a way to allocate the floor area, the bonus floor area amongst the many parcels that could make up that site. Otherwise, the first building in earns 3-to-1 on 9 acres. And the second building in, if there's not a land division, earns 3-to-1 on 9 acres. And so that's not the intent. We just need to fix that way of calculating the math and the allocation of FAR across the site. And the way that we brought you tonight, that was the previous item, we need to revisit. So, if that makes sense. And so,
Go ahead.
yeah, so that's, but this idea of the master plan boundary, clarifying that versus site, no matter what approach we come up with to fix the allocation issue, needs that definition to work because of the way we define sites in our code.
Okay. But if you didn't do this and you left it by site of ownership, then the 9 acres wouldn't count. I mean, if they owned just a block, they would get the inclusionary housing bonus per the block. So if you had 900 owners in that 9 acres, everybody would get their single shot within that versus right now. Is that correct?
Oh, no,
I mean,
that's, if we had a requirement that the site, the whole master plan boundary had to go through a complete land division scheme before development could start, you know, like we figure out where all those different parcels are, then we wouldn't have this problem because each of those land divided parcels, we would have something to say, that box you just drew for your building site there is what we're going to calculate FAR on. It could be that the land division of a site that large happens sequentially. So you figure out the first few pieces and you don't figure out the rest yet. You have to figure out the street grid, but the parcelization of it could come over time. And so that's what we're trying to build, a system that can deal with that vagary, you know? That's what makes it a complicating factor. For instance, on the post office, there's lots of existing property lines that would have to be vacated, but they could potentially be used. We need a system that works with that complication. Does that make sense to folks?
A thought that's half-baked, and I'll let you decide if it's worth trying to bake it further. But for these kind of sites, let's take the post office. Obviously, there's a public ownership aspect, so there's going to be a lot of control over what happens. I would like you to consider that for the large master plan sites like the post office, we sort of step away a little bit from the restrictions that are now baked into the Bureau of Buildings, where you sort of measure it building by building, and rather say one of the requirements of a central city master plan will be an affordable housing plan. And it doesn't necessarily have to meet all the specificity because the Bureau of Buildings proposal for affordable housing is very much a one building proposal. And as you're pointing out, it gets kind of awkward to think about how you would manage it when you're designing a master plan that's going to have 2, 3, 4, 10 buildings over 10 or 20 years. And I would rather leave it to the creativity of the people who are designing the master plan to have, this was done in the Pearl before we had these requirements, here's our affordable housing plan for the post office. And you can look at the Bureau of Buildings criteria and say, we generally know what we want to achieve, you know, at least 20% of the units have to be affordable at 80%, or at least 10%, you know, so we have some starting criteria, but rather than making them regulatory criteria, here are your policy guidelines. Developers of this master plan come to the city as part of your master plan approval. You need an affordable housing plan. And if you come in and you're only proposing 5% affordable, you're not going to get approved. But give the designers of the master plan the ability to move around the site, and rather than 20% of the units in every building, maybe they're going to do an affordable housing building. And that, you know, just, so anyway, that's my thought, and I obviously we don't have language. But rather than the brain damage of how are we going to regulate in code today how a 9-acre site is going to meet affordable housing, I'd rather, it won't be lost. And I want to be sure this isn't a way to lose the affordable housing. This is a way, as part of a master plan, to bring a little bit more, take advantage of the fact that you're designing 9 acres to meet the affordable housing requirement. So,
that's some version of that's the intent of a master plan provision. We just need to figure out how. So that's the idea, and be it recorded with the master plan, or which is an opportunity to do that is probably the simplest way to do it. The master plan that is approved by the city includes the allocation of the FAR and the potential bonus across these potential building sites. And it just gets complicated because all of that could change over time. And so we just need to
Right, but I could
think
also
that
see
through.
this happen in the Pearl. You come back in 3 or 4 years with amendment to the post office affordable housing plan. And obviously that'll get great scrutiny, it'll be vetted. So that, again, I don't think this is a way to duck the requirement. I think it's a way to more efficiently fulfill it, so.
I'll just note that the Pearl in the end did not meet its affordable housing percentage, and they had to sell some land cheap to the city. But I have Mike, then Maggie.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think both policy-wise and philosophically, the notion of doing what you suggested as a possibility where you didn't have to have 20% in each building, but you'd have a building that was for affordable housing is contrary to the notion of mixed income communities. That'd be my response to that scenario.
In opposition to the policy.
Use the microphone, please.
And to follow up, in opposition, I think, to the IH policy.
Right, so this does reflect an exception to that policy, because Maggie's right, that is the IH policy. When you're in a building downtown, you're either building it as part of the building, or it's considered offsite. And so the consideration here, the proposal here, is that when you're building the whole neighborhood, basically, on one of these master plan sites, because remember, the master plan sites are only those big sites that we put on the map, and that, once again, we would leave it to the master planners, and in the case of the post office, PDC and the Housing Bureau, since we own the site, but all these other sites, if you look at the master plan sites that are on the map, there's the post office, city-owned. Clinton Station, city has an interest in. OMSI, not city-owned. And then the other two are Portland Public School sites. So the tools are different. So we need to have a tool that pretends that works if those are just all private. But the premise that is built, that is here, that may not be acceptable, is that within a multi-parcel site that's of this size, which all these will be, thinking through leaving on the table the flexibility to build provide some of your affordable housing in a building separate that generated the requirement for it could be acceptable because you're figuring out possibly what's the best location and arrangement to provide the affordable housing for both the affordable housing provider and for the households that are living in the building. For instance, if the area up by the fields, part of the Pearl, was a master plan site, you could do it building by building, which would meet our objectives. You could do it in a way that one of those buildings, and you especially located on the fields, is your target building for affordable housing, and so you're giving that unit and those households as direct access to this thing that you think enhances.
Is the Ramona an example of that?
The Ramona is a building on a block that is
Right.
an affordable housing building all the way through. The Ramona is an example of that. With
And
inclusionary housing, we had this objective of mixing incomes as well.
Right.
So this does step away from that.
Well,
Is that trade-off worth it? The Housing Bureau, as of this time, feels comfortable with thinking in those terms for the master plan sites, but one can understand the argument on both
Yeah.
sides.
Is the Sitka another example?
Sitka is a mixed income building.
That's mixed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I think the notion of mixing incomes doesn't have to be by a building. It's by a neighborhood. The concept is we want to be sure our neighborhoods, opportunity neighborhoods, good schools, lots of civic amenities, there's an opportunity for all incomes to access those amenities. So whether you're in a building or whether you're in a neighborhood, I think the neighborhood is far more important. And I think you create more opportunities to create more affordable housing if you don't have to go 20% building by building. If you get maybe you can get 25% of the neighborhood affordable if you allow some flexibility, because it's the neighborhood you're after. It's not the amenity of being in a building with higher quality finishes. It's a matter of being in a neighborhood that accesses the higher level of opportunity, schools, parks, whatever, that we tend to associate with higher income neighborhoods. So I think it's an artificial constraint to say we will lose something if every building doesn't have its quota of affordable units. I think designing a neighborhood gives you an opportunity. And look at the Pearl. I know there's criticisms of the Pearl, but the Pearl did a great job of providing more affordable housing. Remember, in the early years of the Pearl, the goal was density. It was only later on that we added affordable housing to the objective. And you can't walk around the Pearl and identify which are the affordable housing units. Ramona's
Which
a
is
great
the way
example.
It should be, right.
I mean, so it can be done without the restriction of a building by building. It can be done well. There's great examples all over the Pearl. So I urge you not to get, that's the whole idea of a master plan. Let some people with creativity and vision deliver. We know what the goal is. We're not going to let anyone get away with a master plan that doesn't provide the opportunity for affordable housing, but I think you can do it more efficiently and maybe get more if there's some flexibility.
So could we have the situation where we have 4 buildings, right? Four buildings, each of which triggers affordable inclusionary housing. They all decide, the developer decides to put that in one building. If those 4 buildings, say, are energy efficient, have laundry facilities, or even common laundry facilities or common rooms, that 5th building, would it have to have any of those? Those amenities. That's what I'm concerned about, is you wouldn't get those important amenities.
Well, I don't, that's a good question. I don't believe the inclusionary housing program, the way it's written now, includes requirements like that. There's kind of an assumption, like you're saying, that some level of that will be in the building because that's how the building is designed when it's a mixed income building.
Exactly.
If it's not a mixed income building, I don't know what leverage we have over that. However, part of the thinking, and once again, I guess this is kind of speculation, but if you were going to do it that way, you could have an experienced affordable housing provider with a portfolio of buildings run that building, and it's what they do. It's sort of like that's an efficient sort of way to do it, and it could even be a mission-driven sort of provider. However, you're right, I can't guarantee that. I guess the minimum level of amenity the building would have to provide is that which is required in our multifamily building code, and I don't know that code that well.
She said
you would be hard pressed to find any affordable housing built in the central city. I'm going to go out on a limb the last 20 years and walk through it and go, oh, this was an inferior built building because lower income people living. I mean, these are central city buildings. They are designed at a level that are more than habitable. So I understand the concern, but I think, again, I would hope we could rely on the city's oversight and the flexibility of master plan developers and designers to avoid the kind of pitfalls you're raising.
Well, I don't have that data, so I'm not going to rely on that observation.
Okay. Just to recap where we are, we have item I-39 in front of us, which is an amendment that allows that flexibility within a master plan area to allocate the affordable housing into, not do it structure by structure, but on a site basis. So somebody want to move this? Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion?
Question. Do we have code language, or do we just have your chart explaining the concept?
You don't have the code language yet, but this would be something that would be in the package on April 11th, which would just explain to you how the master plan boundary is the site.
But Joe, you already talked about it needs more work. I guess I'm not sure what we're voting on. I thought this was coming back.
Bonus FAR allocation.
Right, and we're going to bring that back and highlight it. That, the one that we kicked out earlier because of the math, we have to come up with a different approach and show you not merely that concept, but the code language that goes with it, because we'll have written code language by then.
But we heard questions about how, even if this code language is implemented, that's in I-39, when you were sort of pondering, you were raising questions about how will we track it through a master plan, through a post office site. So I wasn't sure if you were proposing to think that through and come back with language?
Yes. And so here's what the vote today, could we go to the slide that's got the provisions? So here's what the vote today would be endorsing as a concept. And once again, if this is problematic, we could even break it into parts. But the first bullet, we're going to go define the master plan boundary as a site for these purposes and figure out a system to allocate that floor area bonus across the whole site. Like, we're going to come back with an approach. We thought we were going to use the 1 square foot per residentially used part of the building as the means to do that. So we have to rethink that one, and we will come back and show you what the implications are for this, and if we need another approach for this, we'll have that for you as well. So that's one part of this, and then the other part of this is the being able to consider the moving around of affordable units within that master plan boundary as being built on site for the purposes of the inclusionary housing program. So those are two different items. It may be that you may want to consider them separately if there's concern about the second one.
So could you put the slide back up with the sites on it? So we are just talking about those 5 sites. There are no other master plan sites within the central city that could be added or changed.
So there is a voluntary program. So part of the proposal, and actually in your table, I-39, we didn't check it for discussion, but we've proposed to increase the size that a property could come in and say, I want to do a master plan. Right now, the proposed draft says 80,000 square feet. We're proposing to take that to 160,000 square feet. Just to make it, I mean, we want larger sites to come in. So that'd be like a 4-block as opposed to, a 2 blocks. So, but right now, these are the required sites. But there would be a voluntary system that somebody could come in if they're over or 160,000 or greater, and then these provisions would apply.
Whatever we design to solve those issues I just described have to work for the MAP sites, and it has to work for a potential voluntary site that might come in.
Right.
And why would a voluntary site come in? They would come in for those items that are sort of under the flexibility piece of this. And if you're a big enough site, what you're going to be doing by master planning is what you would be doing anyway to figure out your development strategy for the site. And so what we're trying to do is get that explicitly down, understand the phasing, solve these issues of allocation, and in return, we're giving you that flexibility.
Andre?
I just have a clarifying question. So if we vote yes for this, and then subsequently the other 2 items that you discussed come back and there's a problem with this, do we need to rethink this one through? Or I'm just trying to think, should we hold off and bring them all together because we've thought through them all together and we can lay them out together? Or is this one okay if we say yes, we don't have to come back when we do the other 2?
So I think that this one on the master plan boundary, so if you move forward with a vote on this one, what you're doing here is you're just saying that the way we define site in the zoning code, you're adding master plan boundary to it. So we already defined site by ownership. And if you want to say master plan boundary now also by definition is site, then I think that's one decision. Included, I think what we've been talking about, included in that decision is how inclusionary housing implements on-site provisions. And that is done by site. So we have on-site and off-site provisions. So I think that's some of the discussion you've been having.
Right. So I think we probably want to give staff the policy direction of whether we want the affordable housing to be fungible within the master plan area, because it's
Correct.
Without clarity on that, they really can't develop
Yeah.
any code concepts,
I
right?
think-
So we at least need to do that.
Right. I think the bonus discussion on how we structure the FAR bonus, I think that's separate and doesn't really impact, I don't see how it impacts this decision.
Okay.
Well, I have a quick question
All
about
right.
how we could go about this.
Use
So-
your microphone.
So the inclusionary housing program stipulates that units within a building, affordable units need to be of similar size, similar quality, with similar amenities. So can we add that on to the building site? That's, I mean, if it is transferred, that it has to have that same thing even about the common spaces?
That, we will investigate that, because that's a good idea.
Because I would be fine with it if, you know,
That
we
would
can
solve that.
guarantee those similar amenities.
And so can I just, this one, we will bring back, and we're going to bring back with a solution that solves the question that Maggie raised about, you know, the sort of reliable amenity of the building if it's off-site, but in the master plan boundary, and it's going to solve the question of how we want to go about allocating and tracking this bonus floor area over for an entire site that might be build phased. And if either of those two approaches are just unacceptable on their face, that would be good to know today, because then we have to solve for something else. But if we can solve for that, we'll bring that code back, or that concept back about how to deal with this. And you all can judge it at that time. If it's not working, it's not working, and we'll have to come back at it again. Or just, for instance, just exclude this idea that on-site includes anywhere within the master plan area. I mean, either, that's a understandable policy disagreement or a different way to go, and we can make that at the next time you get this. You're not precluding that by what you're talking about today.
Did you have something else, Jeff, or are you good?
No.
Okay. So we have a motion in support of I-39, the understanding that staff is then going to go off and develop the implementation concepts, and we'll review those at our next meeting. But we're giving the policy direction that we want the location of the affordable housing to be fungible, assuming that the implementation works. Right. So with that said, let's go ahead and vote. Julie?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we see buildings like I've been to the Ramona more than once, and it's very impressive, then that's where I hope we would go in that direction. Yes.
Larcell.
Yes.
Talmadge.
Yes.
St. Martin. Smith.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Kat, you can come back.
One more item?
Yes. So this is the last item that we have. It's on your table K. And this is a carryover item related to residential FAR.
So if I could take the lead in presenting this one. So now that we have more or less a understanding of the bonus system, the way it'll work under the new code, the question was raised, why not pay more attention to the height map and that the commission has approved and that's built into the code, and not worry about the floor area that's allocated on that site, and allow the floor area to be whatever it takes to fill up that height envelope, or even more than just the 3-to-1 that we're currently limited to, because the code today in the code that you all are considering as part of 2035 limits additional bonus floor area, at least within the central city, to 3 to 1 per site. Okay, so the gist of this is allowing for more FAR on sites. It's akin to upzoning those sites in the central city. And in the central city, as a policy sort of point of view, we're predisposed to allow more development, to allow more square feet of building, to allow more, therefore, FAR. So that part of this is kind of consistent with our general policy towards the central city, and that's compact development, leverage the infrastructure we put in, as long as the systems work, you know, the local street transportation and transit are adequate for the amount that we're putting on the table, as long as when you look at it as a whole across the central city, we're providing for the amenities, the open space, the gathering areas that would want to support the additional development. That's the kind of thing that you thought through already in the plan for the levels that we shot to. And then, does it work with the overall urban form of the central city? And you know, the system that we have in the central city plan right now put height limits on sites that are typically generous, and the principle is that as buildings get taller, the amount of floor area that they have will typically keep them from just filling up that envelope all the way, and allows for the designers to sculpt the building. And you know, I guess the simplest way to describe it is that it gets the floor plates could get smaller or, as the building rises. That's the way our system's based now. It's not based on the assumption that all those boxes, all those envelopes that we've approved through our height map are filled to the brim. It's not built on the assumption that those height envelopes that we looked at when we looked at the height analysis in the central city are all big pinks, where it's filling up the whole block. So if we wanted to go with a change like this, there's a number of steps that we would have to do to make sure that that works. One is this urban design look that I'm just described, that just talked through, right? We'd have to make sure that ultimately at the end of the day, the form that we're getting is acceptable and meets the goals and sort of the ideas that we have in mind that we want for the central city. And secondly, at a minimum, we'd have to check the transportation system to make sure, and we haven't done that. So the main issue with this is that there's a couple of significant considerations that at this point in the central city plan and in the development of the plan through all those quadrant plans, we have not, it hasn't been on the table, we haven't looked at it. And to look at it is a major relook. And we suggest that it's not timely, but as a concept, basically I can't say that it's not consistent with the way we look at the central city. And just on this floor area one, just on this urban form one, because we just talked about it tonight, you know that part of the Pearl District, for instance, where there's no height limit, the thing that we talked about earlier. We did that as an experiment years ago, but it was built around a premise that you can only get to those heights by providing all of these benefits. It was before IH, but they had family units, and you know, there's a whole list of benefits there. And that as you go up in the code, there's a requirement for floor plates to get smaller, and there may actually even be separation between buildings. I can't recall totally. So we dealt with this kind of thing that I just described, that we haven't done in the rest of the central city, in that place where it was our best proxy for making that unlimited area work the same way as we assume that our other more traditionally limited areas are going to work. The second place where we've had the same kind of thing is in South Waterfront, and there we have a very elaborate system of figuring out tower spacing and the like and orientation. We just haven't done that for the rest of the city, and to allow these height envelopes to get filled up, I think we have not thought through. It's not something we've presented to you all as part of the Central City Plan that you've considered. So we're recommending not doing that as part of 2035 at least.
So I saw Chris's hands up, and Mike, and then Andre.
So,
well, I saw you leaning in. Were you, okay.
You read my mind. I didn't raise my hand.
I saw you
I must
jumping.
be projecting.
That's an interesting pro-con list, Joe. I guess there are two significant problems that I see. One is I think this would cut the legs out underneath seismic rehabilitation of historic districts, right? Because nobody'd ever have to go by their FAR.
Correct.
The other is it's an economic windfall to owners of properties that have tall height limits, and we'd want some kind of equity consideration or value capture to even that out, right? So we're missing those components.
Correct.
Mike?
Actually, I was simply going to ask the question. I assume when you use the term infrastructure, you're talking about parks and stormwater.
I would just tag on to what Chris said. Actually, may be surprised, but I'm not actually against this. I just don't think it's the right forum. If you solve the historic problem, and I believe there's a tremendous value capture here for affordable housing, you want to build 500 feet, more power to you. I just want to capture all that value you're going to create. And so it may not be the incentive you want, but I think the issue is the historic district. How do you do that? How do you look at the transportation needs and all of those things? If we had time to do that or want to come back and do it, I would be interested in looking at it in a broader context. Not today, though.
Teresa?
So could you tell us a little bit about the Downtown Development Group when they brought it, what their sort of justification was? Are they just thinking that we have a really growing downtown, we need to use all the space, including all the sky space, or how are they coming forward with it?
I've had discussions with them after, so this is sort of the impression I came away from, came away with. One is that allowing more floor area, even if it's not tied, this would be similar to the residential bonus that we give today, which is if you do any residential in a building, you get 3-to-1. And that was a bonus from a time when we were not sure we'd ever see significant residential development in the central city. So one way to look at this transformation of our central city, especially the Pearl, is that what today seems like a very generous bonus worked, right? So I think part of the thinking is that we're underestimating, they would like to see some version of that bonus stay around. And so in effect, this is kind of like that. You just get it if you want to try to do it. And so I think that's really is clear and that there's a impression that other places do it this way, but I haven't found those. You can regulate how much development goes on a building site by the way we do it, which is a combination of floor area and height, or you could do it much more in a much more prescriptive way, like I described that we do in the unlimited height areas of the Pearl, or even a more prescriptive way, the way we did it in South Waterfront. I think that's what the Downtown Development Group was after. I think it was it's a principle thing, and it's also this sense that the residential bonus that we have today actually did work, so why would you want to mess that up?
I would add, I think as they've related to me, it also came from absolutely starting from that point that you're talking about, but since we've now designated downtown as an MMA, and it's always been in the past kind of said we're limiting kind of FAR and height and bulk, partly due to controlling growth within the city. Well, if that's no longer the issue, why would we not kind of open it back up?
And that's an interesting question. So the MMA difference is that the state transportation rule no longer is our limiting factor, other than when we look at safety on the freeway ramps or on the freeway. But PBOT's not ready to shift to this new sort of standard of how they're going to evaluate adequacy of the system. Today, it's the capacity of the streets and the intersections, and we're trying to move away from that for vehicles, and we're trying to move away from that to something that's a more holistic look at the ability to move goods and people, no matter what the mode. So, because that'll be more flexible in terms of how we even think about congestion, but we're just not there yet. So, and they're not comfortable with this amount of FAR being unexamined for the purposes of how the local streets can handle it.
Maggie, you had your hand up?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, because Andre, you brought up the potential to capture affordable housing out of that additional bonus, but from how I'm reading this, the additional 3-to-1 or the additional residential bonus would actually, if we did it this way, would not be subject to IH. The bonus would not be subject to IH.
You know,
Only
the way
the original development.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
The way this was presented to you all, that was the case. That it's just extra FAR, but for other reasons. But the other premise that we've been operating under in the Central City Plan that you all put on the table is that additional FAR comes with public benefit. We want value capture of some form. So if we were to do it the way it was originally proposed as the conjecture in the testimony, that would be a major departure from what we've already done. And so it seems likely that if and when we go down a path of increasing, just sort of upzoning the central city, I would assume that the premise would be the same one we've used in this plan, that we'd get a public benefit from it of some sort, IH or something.
Money.
Andre wants money. Okay. Anything else? Any other comments? Well, just as a wrap up on this one, I kind of asked to just bring this discussion forward because, and partly because I do keep getting personally asked about clarifications on the MMA designation and why are we not considering opening it all up. So I appreciate that. I kind of agree with Andre. You know, I'd love to kind of just explore it sometime. Do I think this is the right time and place to be doing it? No, I don't think it is. I think we've got other work that takes priority, and we'll stick with that. And so I guess I'm not seeing anybody supportive of this, but we've been kind of taking a roll, so maybe just to keep it clean, go ahead and take a roll on it real quick, Julie.
Just to clarify what the role is on is not considering
Thank you. Can I get a
change like
motion?
this.
How about that?
Make a motion to support the staff recommendation to retain the proposed draft.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, now let's do it, Julie.
Yes.
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 Yes. And thank you, everybody. Great work. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.